Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. This is ASO Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading we are going to be looking at your life purpose. I am so excited to do this reading, but before we get into it, I do just quickly want to say sorry. I am still sick, so if I still sound like your great aunt Drizelda, that is why. Hopefully it'll be over soon, but anyway, we have 5 piles today, and it's definitely going to be a pretty long and in-depth reading for something as big as your life purpose. I want to make sure I do my due diligence with that. So in the beginning of each pile, I'm going to be looking at your personality traits and your attributes. So if it sounds like you, congratulations, buddy, you found your pile. If it doesn't sound like you, I would recommend trying another pile and seeing if that sounds more like you. If you don't want to pick another pile, you can go make a sandwich, you can go outside, you can do whatever you want, live your life. But we have 5 piles today. We have pile 1 with the Labradorite. We have pile 2 with the Peach Moonstone, pile 3 with the Selenite, pile 4 with the Amazonite, and pile 5 with the Lepidolite. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. If you feel drawn to more than one, it's absolutely okay. There might be messages in multiple. You might have one big ass life purpose. So do whatever feels right to you. Take what resonates. You know, this is about you and helping you discover anything you need to know about yourself and about your life that you are unaware of already. So once you picked your pile, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section where I will have all the timestamps listed below, and I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. If you guys chose this beautiful Labradorite stone, he's such a pretty guy. This is going to be your reading. So what I'm going to do is I want to get to know you first, and I wanted to get a lot of detail because none of us are one-dimensional manic pixie dream girls or guys. So I'm going to see what Spirit is highlighting to me about your personality and how this plays into your life purpose. So the second half of the reading will be about your true life purpose, but this is just going to give me an idea of who you are, what you're about, and kind of like your strengths and weaknesses that help you move forward and maybe hinder you. So you are being represented by the Creator, and your main energy is being represented by It Is What It Is, number 6. And then these cards are going to represent aspects of your personality. So the first one is the Oyster, and the tarot cards to support it are the 8 of Wands in reverse and Justice, which is Libra energy. And then another aspect of you is being represented by the Octopus, and the supporting cards are the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Wands. So we have a lot of Wands energy here. You could definitely be a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, or an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, especially Libra over here. But what is really interesting about you guys, pile 1, is how much energy you have. You have a lot of energy, and I feel like you channel a lot of it into your creations. But one thing that I'm noting about you is that there's definitely like this push-pull energy within you where you have this desire or this like urge to express, and then on the same token this fear of putting yourself out there, this fear of being open to criticism. And like one big thing that I'm just getting right off the bat is that you definitely have a lot of perfectionist tendencies. And I think that's maybe one thing that holds you back a little bit, is that you maybe over intellectualize what it is that you're creating, or you feel like what you're creating isn't good enough, or that it won't be good enough even if you try. So maybe at times you might struggle with holding yourself back because you're afraid of not making something perfect, or you're afraid of what the outcome might be or what people might think. But what's interesting is that your main energy is really being represented by Earth energy. With this, It Is What It Is, I think that you're definitely motivated by the physical world. And I think it's really important to you that you see the fruits of your labor shown through material reward. I think that your physical comfort is important. Family could be like really important to you, or your home. I just get this energy from you that if you're going to invest your energy somewhere, you want it to be in a place where you are benefited monetarily or physically in some way. There's a lot of masculine energy here, truth be told. And I think that it's something that, while helps you in some ways, hinders you in others. And kind of what I'm seeing here is that your intelligence is a strength and a weakness, because while you get bursts of brilliant ideas and you have the logic and the practical, the logical nature and the practical abilities to create what you want, I feel like your ability to create is really held back by the fact that, what was I even talking about? I started something. You know that episode of The Office where Michael was like, sometimes I just start a sentence and hope that I figure out where I get to the end? That's literally what that was. I was like talking and then it just stopped. So I don't know what I was supposed to be saying, but we're just gonna move on. Yeah, your intelligence hinders you when you overthink about things, and you can see both sides of a situation. This is like devil's advocate energy for sure. I wonder if that makes you a lot of friends. Note that sarcasm. I don't know, I think it's funny, but some people might not. What I see here, and what Spirit's really highlighting to me, is that your manifestations and what you're creating is really contingent on emotional expression, but I don't think you've put that together yet. Like I said, there's a lot of masculine energy here, and I think that you focus on logic and passion when it comes to creating the life that you want. And you are very willing to accept things for what they are. You are very like practical. I mean, I feel like you are the type of person who is going to honor what's practical and what's logical over what feels right or what seems right, like in your gut. And so I think that one thing that's blocking you from reaching your full potential that Spirit is really highlighting to me is that you kind of neglect your emotional body. And I think the reason why you neglect your emotional body is, one, because you might be afraid of kind of opening that oyster up. You might be really afraid of acknowledging what's in there. I definitely think you've seen some shit in your life, and I definitely think you've been through it when it comes to like relationships, especially when it comes to like parental figures and romantic relationships is kind of what I'm getting. And I think that you maybe learned at a young age to kind of shut down your emotions and shut down the things that you feel, because either you weren't really heard or your emotions weren't really valued, or you grew up in a space where like emotions were not really accepted, or you didn't feel like you could express them. And so what's interesting is that your dedication to creating something, your heart has to be into it, because what I'm seeing here is a bit of a fickle nature about you, where you're constantly brimming with wonderful ideas and new inspiration and new things you want to explore. And so it's hard for you at times, I feel like, to stick to one thing. With this octopus, I feel like you could be a huge multitasker and like to, you know, stick your tentacles, I guess, in a bunch of different opportunities. And I think because you are really intelligent, you're able to do that and you enjoy doing that. But I think it maybe sometimes creates a lack of focus within you, and you might really struggle to stay on track with one thing. And then on top of that, I feel like there are things that you really genuinely do want to create, but you hold yourself back because you're afraid what you create won't be perfect. And spoiler alert, it won't be perfect. Nothing is perfect. So that's something that you're gonna have to like learn how to overcome. And also, the thing that's like the missing link from you to just to be able to be authentically yourself. Because like with this creator energy, this doesn't mean that your life purpose is creating specifically. It could be like, maybe we'll see in the tarot, but like what I get by the creator is just that you have a lot of energy and you need to express it in some way. And I think that you're used to expressing this energy in a very practical and understandable way, in a way that is more assertive and at times impulsive. But I feel like you still have this feeling of like something's missing. And what's missing is the fact that you're not listening to what your emotional body wants. You're okay with making decisions so long as they make sense in a passionate way, in an intellectual way, or in a practical way. But when it comes to your emotions, you shut down. And I feel like you over-intellectualize your emotions to the point where they don't mean anything. You really just hold them back to the point where you're really not being your authentic self right now, because there's energy inside of you that needs to be expressed, and you're just literally not expressing it because you refuse to acknowledge it. And so I think it's time to start acknowledging your emotional body, is kind of what Spirit is telling me. Because first of all, 6 is the number of unconditional love. And I think that one thing that's holding you back is that you have to have this unconditional love for yourself. And so when you do create something and maybe it's not very successful, or you create something and it doesn't turn out how you want it to, loving yourself for just doing it. You know, you can improve anything that you do, and you learn from everything that you do create. And I think that part of you feels really stifled, whether you're aware of it or not, because there is that aspect of you. There's a whole ass part of you that you're just not seeing and not acknowledging, because it's not the aspect of you that you feel comfortable with. I mean, you've explored your brain left and right. You've explored what makes you feel passionate left and right and what you find fun. You understand practicality at a wonderful level. You are very grounded and you are excellent at getting shit done. You're honestly maybe at times a workaholic, and that might be something to focus on as well, because I think that you're passive towards emotional things. Like, if it doesn't make sense for you to do something out of logic or out of practicality, you're just like, I'm not gonna do it. And it's like, I feel like your emotional body is screaming to you to be seen, because that's literally, first of all, it's the missing link for you to move forward in your life and what it is that you need to do. But also, I feel like you're really missing out on a huge part of life, because you're not feeling the deeper meanings behind things. You're understanding them and you're enjoying them, but some of the most gratifying things aren't things we can buy or things that we can earn. They're things that they're things that are hard to comprehend, and things that we truly don't understand sometimes. But I feel like what Spirit is saying is that you are put on this earth for a reason, and that your most amazing creations are going to come once you start embracing this emotional part of yourself and integrate it into your creative process. Because one thing that I'm seeing here is that you might start a lot of projects and finish few, because you get distracted, you get new ideas, and you're really excited and you want to start something else. And so that's why it's important for your heart to be invested in something, because if your heart's invested in it, then you can go beyond the initial motivation that you had to do it in the first place. And I think once you turn your heart in towards yourself, you're going to have this acceptance of yourself, where you can create things without judgment. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to address all things. You can't be everything to everyone. And I think that's something that you're going to have to accept, is that like people are going to find flaws in what you do. People are going to are not going to resonate with what you do. And that's okay. I think what Spirit is saying here, I feel like I'm preaching to you, and I'm really sorry if it feels that way. But I think that Spirit is saying you have so much power, and you're so capable, and you're going to be successful anyway. But I think that you kind of just needed this little sit down chat, man to man, even though I'm probably the girliest man in existence. And I guess I say man because like there's just so much masculine energy here. It doesn't matter what you are. That there is nothing weak about acknowledging your emotional body. There is nothing weak about exploring your emotions. There's nothing weak about talking about your emotions. And I feel like that's why I've been struggling with this pile so much, is because y'all don't really want to talk about your emotions, and y'all really don't want to address them. And as a clairsentient reader who processes most things through my emotional body, I'm like, how do I understand you when I can't pick up on your feelings? But I think that you just suppress your feelings because okay. I'm putting the pieces together now. So air and fire energy, you got it in spades. You're wonderful. You are driven, you're motivated, you're energetic, you can get anything done. You're smart as fuck and you can do anything. You are practical and you have the organizational skills that you need to get things done. But like I said, with that fickle nature, that does hold you back. But I think that you are, because what I'm feeling is this, like, you know how like it's like a Tuesday and you're tired as fuck, and you know that like you've got so much going on, and you're like, I just need to get through this week and then I'll be fine. And the next week comes and then you got more stress and you're like, I just need to get through this week and I'll be fine. It's kind of like you have that attitude, but it's like, I just need to get to this milestone, whether it's X amount of dollars, something within your career, or like if you're starting a business or something, some kind of achievement there, some type of monetary success, or some type of accomplishment that you can see in the 3D. I feel like you have this idea that once you reach that point, life's going to be good and you're going to be satisfied. But buddy, I have something to tell you that's not true. In fact, you could be satisfied right now and actually even more driven towards your goals if you started paying attention to how you feel. And that's really difficult and that's overwhelming. So you can start small, but I think it is time to accept this part of you, because it is a part of you. Your emotions are just as much of a part of you as your logic, as your passion, as your anything. It's a huge part of you, and it's an intuitive part of you as well that you really need to start acknowledging, because once you do, you're going to be a lot more accepting of what happens in life. You're not going to have that yearning that you do. I feel like you have this yearning for something, and even once you achieve it, it's not enough. Then it's the next milestone, and it's the next milestone. And so I think for you, one big thing that in order for you to truly live your life's purpose that you need is to not be so afraid of what your emotions are telling you. Physical objects and money is not going to bring you emotional fulfillment. And you have so many wonderful attributes. I feel like you're just way too hard on yourself, honestly. And I think that you've definitely been burned by people in your past, whether it's like, you know, dysfunctional family members or dysfunctional relationships that you've had where you really just haven't felt seen or heard. And I'm so sorry if you have had to go through that stuff. But I feel like Spirit is really saying that it's safe for you to explore this. And exploring your emotions does not make you weak. It does not make you any less of a person. It just makes you more accepting and more open of who you are. You're closed off in a way. And so Spirit is saying, in order for your manifestations to fully come to fruition, in order for your creations to truly have an impact and be meaningful, in order for you to channel your energy and it be truly satisfying, there has to be an emotional component, because otherwise you're going to be looking in the wrong places to find that satisfaction and that fulfillment. So that's about you. which I kind of feel bad because I feel like I just gave you a lecture instead of telling you about yourself, which I guess this is about yourself, but I was not expecting it to be such a lecture. Maybe Spirit's been trying to get to you for a while. But what we're going to do now is we're going to look at your true life purpose, because clearly your life purpose has something to do with creating, whatever that may be. But I'm going to shuffle your tarot cards. I decided to get one tarot card just for you, just for pile one. And your tarot card is represented by the King of Swords. So once again, we have that really intelligent energy, you know, master of your craft. This is like boss energy. Let me cut this into threes. So we'll shuffle this tarot, and then I have oracle cards, and we're gonna kind of dive in and see what your life purpose is about and what Spirit wants you to know. And yeah, bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so Spirit, what can you tell me about pile one's life purpose? What do they need to know about their life purpose? Okay, we have the 7 of Cups. Okay. We have the King of Cups in reverse. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm sorry. Spirit's probably going to be coming for your throat this entire reading. I'm just giving you a heads up. Okay, we have the 10 of Cups. We have the Wheel of Fortune. And on the back of the deck, we have the 2 of Wands. Oh my god, this is so interesting. Okay. So as for your oracles now, we have transformation. Things are changing at a cellular level, deep healing, and the cosmic heart. Devotion, potency, make your life a moving prayer. Fool, fearlessly revealing emotion, helping people laugh at absurdity and hypocrisy. And acceptance, I am learning to accept the things that I cannot change. And then finally, we have you're on the right path and creative expression. Your soul longs to express yourself creatively. Oh my goodness. Okay, this, what I say, okay, like, well, I'll tell you what I said, but basically everything that I was saying, Spirit is just reiterating in these cards. Because you value your logic over everything. And that's so understandable, because in our world today, I mean, that is what people view as the most credible, as the most reliable, you know, logic over everything. But I feel like this tendency within you is very difficult because it leaves you confused emotionally. So truly, on like, I'm just gonna be real with you, pile one. While your life's purpose is to create in a lot of different ways, but I think on the soul level, what you are learning is how to not deny yourself emotionally anymore, because I think that's something that has really held you back. And I think it's because there's just a really huge imbalance between masculine and feminine energy. And I also think that, you know, there were definitely your experiences growing up really shaped how you are, which is natural. And I think that it made you very closed off to love, and love in any way. Love from friends, love from romantic interests. And I think that maybe your entry into this world gave you a very confused idea of what love actually is. And like, honestly, it makes me want to cry for you. But I'm not gonna cry. Not because I'm not acknowledging my emotions, but because I know you're going to fix this, and I know that you're going to be able to overcome this. The fact that we have the King of Cups in reverse here is just further confirmation that you're not listening to your emotional body. In fact, I think that you've been ignoring it so much that it's coming out in really destructive ways. And you might be using like substances or something like that to try to help it, or, you know, any type of maladaptive coping mechanism. And what it's actually doing is making this wound worse. Because then once you're in a state where you're not thinking logically anymore, like, you know, your frontal lobe checked out, then that's when your emotions truly come out. And then you act in ways that you either regret or that you don't realize that you even did because you were so out of it. You know what I mean? But part of your life's purpose, which is beautiful, is to have emotional fulfillment and really great love. Like, I feel like one specific love, like part of, like, you're meant to have a family. And if you don't want a family, if you don't want that, then it might be that you're just meant to have a great love. Or this could literally just represent emotional fulfillment if you're not interested in that sort of thing. That's okay. But for a lot of you, I really think that you could have some kind of counterpart that is involved, that you are meant to be with. And it's incredibly important for you to be open to your emotions, because this literally cannot manifest if you're not open to your emotions. Because this creator speaks to a lot of different things. You might be creative in terms of like being an entrepreneur or creating, being like you could be an artist, you could be a writer, you could be, you could work at anything and just, you could create solutions. You could be like a boss or like a manager or something like that. Definitely something where your intelligence is utilized. And I think you're so used to being praised from that aspect that it feels uncomfortable to express anything else. And I think with this, you do kind of have this grass is always greener on the other side mentality. And part of your life's purpose is to be able to look outside of what's right in front of you. Like, as you can see with this Two of Wands here, the Two of Wands is all about discovery. And I definitely think that you are meant in a way to discover all of what life has to hold, not just certain aspects, not just career aspects, or not just fun aspects. I think that your soul is probably pretty old and it has gone through a lot. And I think in this lifetime, like, I think part of these emotional wounds are not even just from this lifetime. I think they're from past lifetimes as well. But literally what Spirit is saying is that your life purpose is to heal your emotional body and to be able to see beyond the 3D, because you are so 3D oriented, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, we all have different strengths, like, and you're still supposed to have that. You know, this guy's got like this red cloak here. And so you're still grounded, but you're able to see from a higher perspective and see things from more than one perspective. Seeing things from an emotional perspective, from a logical perspective, from a practical perspective, and from a spiritual perspective. Having all of those together and kind of just looking at things beyond what they are literally will really help you in terms of understanding things at a soul level, but also your purpose. I feel like Spirit is saying with this Wheel of Fortune here that you have a lot of wonderful things to come. And you deserve those wonderful things. But they cannot come to fruition if you're not balanced. But here's the reason I know that you're gonna be fine is because we have transformation. Things are changing at a cellular level, deep healing, the cosmic heart, devotion, potency, make your life a moving prayer, and Fool. Fearlessly revealing emotion, helping people laugh at absurdity and hypocrisy. I think that you've already been doing a better job at expressing yourself, or at least acknowledging your emotions. But Spirit is saying that this is the lifetime where you are meant to heal your emotional body. And you are meant to experience true happiness and true emotional fulfillment. And what Spirit is saying is that you have the ability to create this. You know that you're meant for great things. You know that you're meant for really wonderful experiences and things that are going to bring you satisfaction and bring you happiness. But the problem is that right now, your perspective is narrow because you're neglecting an entire part of yourself. And so once this King of Cups comes back up, and is in balance, you're not going to be so confused about what you truly want anymore. Because I think since you haven't explored that emotional body, there's so many different things that seem like they could be exciting for you. And the only way to know what you truly want is to explore what is fulfilling for you. And so if having a family is what is fulfilling for you, then that is something that your soul is meant to do. If great love is something that you are meant to do, that is something your soul is telling you about. But the fact that we have it is what it is, and acceptance, you already have this ability to let things be as they will. But the problem is that you won't let your emotions be. And so this acceptance is all about accepting all parts of you, not just the parts that you feel like are, not just the parts that you believe to be good. It's accepting all, the good and the bad. You're meant to heal from this, and you're meant to not take yourself so seriously when it comes to your emotions. You're meant to have fun. You're meant to have a lighthearted life. And I think that your process of creation, you have everything that you need. And Spirit's already saying you're on the right path. Keep doing what you're doing because it's working. And that makes me so happy. And it gives me so much hope for you, because I feel like you're already doing this. And this might be either the wake-up call you need to start focusing on this. For example, if there's one big thing that you've been creating right now, whatever it may be, it's probably tied to your heart in some way. But I feel like Spirit is calling you to explore that a little bit deeper. So whatever it is that you might be creating or want to create that feels really close to your heart, explore why. Explore the whys underneath that. But I think a big part of you healing and transforming is this acceptance of not just how brilliant you are, but how emotionally mature and how emotional you can be as well. I hate that emotional has a negative connotation to it. Emotions are just a state of being, a temporary state of being. And emotions create meaning, and really our heart is connected to our intuition and our emotional body. And I think that is often why there are typically readers with more feminine energy, because they're more tied to the emotional body and they're able to process things in that way. But Spirit is saying that your life will be so much more fulfilling and have so much more meaning when you are open to these esoteric ideas. Brought to you by Esoterra. Also, your emotional ideas. Like, there's just a lot of acceptance that needs to happen here towards all aspects of you, not just the ones that make sense and are approved by society, because you are not one-dimensional, and there are so many parts of you that are wonderful. Not just your intelligence. It is part of you. It is part of what makes you awesome. But it's not all of what makes you awesome. And so as long as you deny a part of yourself, you're going to feel unfulfilled. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how successful you are. It doesn't matter how much you create or what your creations bring about. There's going to be energy within you that is not being expressed. And you are always going to feel unfulfilled if you do not look at yourself objectively and accept everything, the good and the bad. Because we all have good and bad aspects. We all are emotional. We all are logical. And we all have to find these balances within us. But I think for far too long, you've just pretended like your emotional body isn't important. And Spirit is saying that this is something that has been a part of your soul for multiple lifetimes. And I think that it's only now it might be exacerbated in this lifetime, maybe because we obviously have to think about nature versus nurture. You could have grown up in a tough situation where maybe you feel like you couldn't express love, or you turned off your emotional body, or you've had difficulties with relationships, whatever it may be. I feel like you're turned off to love in a way. And I think that, with this, it is what it is. You view satisfaction only through a material lens at this point, and you view love from a very literal point of view. And it's time to start looking at life from Spirit's point of view. That's really what this Two of Wands is about. Instead of looking at how the world sees things, think about how your highest self sees things. What matters on a spiritual level? What matters? What will make you feel good? Who gives a fuck about what you have or what will make you be more socially acceptable? You're meant to not care about that. Fearlessly revealing emotion, helping people laugh at absurdity and hypocrisy. You're meant to to keep things light, you know? And I think one thing that's holding you back is the fact that since you don't acknowledge these emotions and you shut the doors on what your heart is trying to tell you, and you just say it is what it is and you move forward because it doesn't make sense to you to dwell on it, or you've got things in the 3D to focus on, then you've got this mask, and there's a part of you that's just being ignored and not acknowledged, and then it creates this tension within you, and like you're just like, fuck, like how do I do anything, how do I do it, like why am I never happy, why am I never satisfied? And it's because you don't believe in yourself the way you should, and you don't accept all of yourself. You accept only the parts that you think are societally acceptable, or what your immediate circle or what your family or like the culture that you were raised in deems as acceptable and deems as worthy and impressive. But I just need you to know that even if you decide to never acknowledge your emotional body, even if you decide to do absolutely nothing about it and continue forward, you are so worthy and so special, and you have clearly a special purpose here, and clearly Spirit thinks you're so special they want you to procreate. And trust me, I know a lot of people that have procreated that maybe shouldn't have. So there's really a lot about you that you need to start looking at objectively, because you're so awesome. You're so awesome. And I think once you accept how awesome you are, you'll be so much more open to where the universe is taking you, and accepting what fulfills you emotionally, even if it's not the most societally acceptable or it's something that you might be afraid of. Fear is false existence appearing real. No, it's not existence. It's another E word, and I can't remember what it is. I don't know. I'm afraid of everything, so my dad always tells me like the fear acronym, but you are meant to live a life of unconditional love. And if you've ever heard the saying, money doesn't buy happiness, I feel like this is Spirit saying, hey, you got to accept love in other ways. You got to pour love into other things, not just the material world. But yeah, this is kind of intense, like I'm not gonna lie, but also very moving. Like this is a very moving reading, and I feel like you needed this. I have no idea how long it's been, but I just, what you need to know is that your life's purpose is not one singular thing. It is a bunch of different achievements in terms of like relationships, raising a family potentially if that's what you want, whatever you do with your career, your life. I feel like there's a common misconception that life purpose just means what you're meant to do with your career, and it's not. Like your life purpose can be literally anything. My life purpose when I was 5 was making sure that I had the flyest outfits for my Polly Pockets. Like that's all I cared about. And that's fine, because that's a perfect life purpose for a 5-year-old. Not as a 22-year-old. Sometimes I wish I still had them because nostalgia. But your life purpose is going to kind of change as you grow and as you get older. I would not be shocked if you're like in the age range of like 27 to 30, because this kind of has like Saturn return energy to me. And if you don't know what your Saturn return is, look that up, because I think it could give you more insight. But you're a product of your experiences, and you don't deserve to blame yourself for anything that you've gone through, but you are responsible for healing what you've gone through. And part of your life's purpose is to truly understand healing and change, and realize that you don't have to be one version of yourself. You could have fixed placements. You could have a lot of fixed placements. You could be a Taurus, a Leo, an Aquarius, or a Scorpio, or have those placements. But it's time to accept that things can change, and that you don't have to have a fixed ideal, and that you can accept all parts of you, not just the ones that you feel like are acceptable. So I'm going to leave you guys with some advice. We're going to start with angel numbers and see what affirmations Spirit wants you to know, and like what angel numbers might be important to you. And I just noticed as I was shuffling 111, angels are ready to fully support you in this endeavor so that you can co-create with the universe a life you love. I am creative. So I was like, in case that one doesn't come out, I think that's meant for them. But Spirit, what angel numbers are relevant to pile 1? Oh, yeah, in your pile 1. What do you want them to know? What affirmations? Well, we have 222. Okay, so the first one we have, which is something that you need and you can have, 222. Trust that the seeds of your thoughts are growing as you are nourishing them with words, feelings. Do you see that? Feelings and action. I am balanced. And this is exactly, yeah. So remember with 222, process all things, not just what's logical. Oh my God, and we have master number 22. You are in possession of incredible creative powers, and it is assured that you can achieve anything you wish. I am aligned. And what is this guy? Oh my God, 44. Yeah, I told you guys you're powerful. You got 2 master numbers. Your angels are encouraging you to continue on your present life path with diligence and determination, and even greater success will come in the future. I am supported. That is so beautiful. And we have 8 here, 6 here, and 4 here. I love this. You could also be a life path 1. I feel like, I don't know, I sense that energy. Oh my God, look what's on the back of the deck, 000. You are one with the creator, and there are no limits to what you can achieve. You have the ability to create something new and incredible in your lifetime here on earth. I am a creator. So finally, I'm going to get you guys some of these Crush Your Goal cards. So Spirit, what encouragement do you want to give to pile 1 about achieving their goals? Okay. So you guys get 3. This first one says, if you have a goal that is very, very far out and you approach it in little steps, you start to get there faster. We also have, great people do things before they are ready. They do things before they can do it. Doing what you're afraid of, getting out of your comfort zone and taking risks, that's what life is. Amy Poehler is right. And I think that, and then that's the thing, like, because you're so afraid of your emotions, I feel like you don't want to acknowledge them. And sometimes you just have to put on lip gloss and pretend to be psyched. So those are the messages that I'm getting. And what's funny is that all of these cards have like different colors. And you got pink, which is the color of unconditional love, and green, which are both colors of the heart chakra. And you have a lot of purple here, which is spiritual energy. But pile 1, I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching this all the way through if you did. Sorry if this turned into a lecture. Remember, it comes through me, not from me. Like, if I had this knowledge inside me, my life would be a lot more put together than it is now. But trust me, you guys are getting there. You're doing a wonderful job. I think you just needed that little conference call with Spirit so that you can recognize maybe where you're not fulfilling your purpose, because your purpose has a lot of different, you have a lot of different purposes, but your main purpose is transforming and healing what it is that holds you back so that you can be your fullest version of yourself, because you, at the end of the day, you are the creator and you can create whatever you want. And I think in order to know what you want to create, you have to know what emotionally satisfies you. So thank you guys so much. If this resonated, definitely let me know down in the comments. I would love to hear. If you like this video, definitely leave it a like. And if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed. It helps me so much. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope it helped. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. If you guys chose the Peach Moonstone, this is going to be your reading on your life purpose. So what we're going to do first, kind of like I said in the intro, is look at who you are and look at what you're good at, strengths, weaknesses, stuff like that, so that I can get to know you, and then we will move into your actual life purpose and what you're meant to do with that, and then we'll get you advice and angel numbers and shit like that. So the last pile was really interesting. Really enjoyed it. No idea. I'm sure the rest are going to be just as interesting. So I'm leaving things very open to interpretation with everything, but I want to look at your biggest energies first. So you are being represented by the Revolutionary. I get hella Aquarius energy from this. And your primary energy is also a Grand Symphony, which is a heart chakra love energy. And then these cards represent other aspects of your personality. You know, none of us are one-dimensional, and I just want to see different variants of you that are helping you achieve this purpose or hindering you from achieving your life purpose. So to start, we have the elephant, and the tarot cards to give the elephant more detail are Sagittarius, Temperance, and the King of Wands. Lots of fire energy for sure. And then we also have the Scorpion, and the tarot cards associated with it are the Three of Pentacles in reverse and the Ace of Cups. Okay, so here is what I am seeing for you guys, pile 2. With this revolutionary energy, you're a natural born leader. You're also somebody who is really against the status quo and honestly kind of loves to go against the grain. But I think one thing that you might struggle with, especially if there's Aquarius energy here, is the lack of acceptance you might get or receive because you're so out there at times. And let me be real, there is nothing wrong with being out there, and there's nothing wrong with being different. But sometimes people who are more traditional might not agree with you. You might have naysayers, you might even have haters, and you might have people that don't agree with your views. And I think that's hard for you sometimes because a grand symphony is represented by love energy. And I think that you have this huge part of you that's a humanitarian and somebody that wants to do things that benefits the collective and creates concrete change that benefits humanity as a whole. And so I think it's hard for you sometimes because you're constantly fighting against your ego needs and the yearnings of your soul, essentially. And what I'm seeing here with this King of Wands and this elephant is that you're very, very evolved. Definitely you've had like past lives. This has like Starseed Lightworker energy to me, maybe Indigo Child. Definitely a light worker though, but it's honestly like a chaotic light worker, if that makes sense, because your energy is quite chaotic, but it's also fun. And I think that your intentions are typically pure when it comes to, let me be specific, when it comes to things that benefit a collective or things that will change humanity. You don't want to make humanity worse. You want to change humanity for the better. And like I'm hearing, like you want them to wake the fuck up. Like, and I love that the King of Wands is really represented by this astronaut because you are out there. You have wonderful ideas. And you really are a free spirit. And this elephant just talks all about how highly evolved you are. You could have a special connection with the Hindu god Ganesh. You don't have to. But I definitely think that you have accumulated a lot of wisdom from your past lives that you continue to implement now. And I think that you are really motivated by spirituality. And if you're not motivated by spirituality, then by the yearnings of your soul, because the King of Wands is highly spiritual. And I feel like, you know, with this gem on the elephant's third eye, you have a pretty open third eye chakra. And I think that you have gained already a lot of spiritual knowledge that has helped you, like with this and breathe and the Sagittarius energy. I feel like you're starting to learn how to channel your energy in more productive ways, because we have to talk about the Scorpion energy. And I think that, you know, you are so fiery, so you could be an Aries, Leo, Sag, have those placements. Like the biggest signs I'm getting are Aries, Leo, Sag, Aquarius, and Scorpio. Also Cancer and Pisces, since we have that Ace of Water here. It's hard because you also have a very narrow-minded perspective. Mainly, you look at things from your perspective, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. Essentially, you look at the collective perspective when you want to. But when you're in a place of emotional hurt, or you're in feelings of competitiveness, or you're feeling scorned, or even feeling emotional, it's hard for you to look at things from a collective energy. It's like you have this excellent ability to be balanced and to be a positive force for change and progress and bring a lot more light into the world. But this Scorpion energy is what holds you back a little bit, because let's be real here, you're fierce and you're intense, and that's part of what makes you special. But I do think at times you might get lost in certain passions or fantasies, but maybe less so fantasies and feelings that you've experienced in the past. Like, I could almost see you being the type of person who lacks focus in the present when they're really, when something is on your mind about somebody that hurt you, or like feelings of nostalgia that you want to relive, if that makes sense. I'm also getting this heavy message that if you are ever disrespected by anyone that you work for, or that you work with, or that is related to like your job, or even like someone you live with that like might piss you off, you shut down and are completely unwilling to help or do anything. Like, I could see like a boss treating you like shit, and then as a result you do half-assed work, or you just don't really care about what you're creating. It's interesting because you are a wonderful worker, but you have this part of your ego where the second you feel disrespected, it's almost kind of like you want revenge, or you just stop caring about being your best or doing the best. And I think you're actually kind of quick to get over that, and you're quick to forgive. But some of you aren't. Like, the vibe that I'm getting is that some of you are very quick to forgive, and others will hold on to it for your entire life. So take that one how it resonates. But yeah, with this Ace of Cups, I think there's this very idealistic part of you where you want to see the best in people, where you want to experience like passionate love, and you want to experience like things that are very emotionally fulfilling. But maybe at times you don't want to put in the work. Like, you might like the beginning stages of things, but maybe not necessarily the tough work that comes in after. Like, you might like the honeymoon phase of a relationship, but you don't really like, once it starts getting tough, and that's maybe when you want to bounce. I feel like you're somebody that's hard to truly get to know, because you are so selective with who you keep around and who you allow in your energy. But I think that's your eternal struggle, because it's like you want to connect more. You want to be, I feel like you have a lot of ideas of the type of person you want to be, and maybe sometimes your actions don't always match how you visualize yourself being. And I think you struggle with that. And I think that you're maybe really hard on yourself about that. And so that might be something you want to look at as to maybe be nicer to yourself about. But I do think that this is something that you're learning to manage. And I think that this is kind of who you are now, especially depending on where you're at in life and how old you are. It will kind of depend which energy is more you. But I definitely feel like this is maybe a part of yourself that's always going to be there, but you have more control over. Temperance is all about balance and change. With 14 reducing to 5, there is a lot here about change, and I think that you have the spiritual awareness now to be open to change and to let things go and not take them to heart so much. And I think it's only because you care so much about certain things, and you have this desire to be respected, and you want to put your all into things, that when you don't get the result back that you're wanting, it's easy for you to feel scorned. But I think that your biggest struggle truly is just how to be comfortable with yourself as an individual and express yourself in ways that make you feel comfortable and happy, and then also still identify with the collective and be a person that cares about the collective, because I feel like you have these really, really insightful spiritual highs where you see everything from an enlightened point of view, and you're able to see like we are one, you know, there is no separation. We are all a product of the collective universe, and we all have these aspects of divinity within us. But then at the same time, you know, you are such a unique individual, and you do go against the grain, and you do have your own ideas, and that creates controversy. And so once people are naysayers, or once people hate on you, then it's like, well, fuck people, they don't get me, you know, screw them, I don't need them. And so it's like kind of like this balance of keeping your ego in check and allowing love to overpower any difficult feelings you might encounter out in the real world. Because truthfully, one universal truth is that there's just assholes everywhere. And I try to think of people as more than just assholes, but sometimes we get the asshole side of them, and that can be really hard, especially if they're strangers and we don't really know them. But I do think there's this free-spirited aspect about you that and you're incredibly divinely guided, which is something I feel like I need to say over and over. But part of your life purpose, which I can just tell right now, is to, at an individual, at the soul level, to integrate your unique perspective and your awesome different ideas and find a way to integrate them with the collective and raise the vibrations of the collective. So yeah, so like at the soul, you're supposed to find that balance, but on a collective level, I feel like you are supposed to create a lot of change and go against the grain and learn how to handle people learn how to handle people misunderstanding you, learn how to handle people disrespecting you, and learn how to handle what things are worth your time and what things aren't. What is you just need to let go, and what you need to fight for. Because one thing about fire is that it can create a lot of destruction, but after that destruction is over, it leaves a fresh slate for you to grow, or for things to grow. So I do think it's possible that throughout your life you may go through multiple transformations, but I think that your truest self is over here in this elephant energy, in this wise energy. And I feel like one thing that you are learning right now is how obstacles are typically detours in the right direction. And I think that you're learning a lot from your past and a lot of past mistakes, and learning how to rise above them and the lessons behind them, and kind of why you are who you are and where you're going and things of that nature. So you're a very interesting person, and I'm sure you're a lot of fun to hang out with. I'm sure you are brimming with good ideas and interesting little tidbits. So, okay. We are going to look at your tarot cards now. I have one tarot card out because I wanted to give like each pile their own unique tarot card. And so you guys got the Page of Pentacles. And what I feel like Spirit is referencing here, especially because the only earth energy we had in this second pile was in reverse, I do think that it's hard for you to be grounded at times. Like you may get carried away or lost in your good ideas, or you may just be like if something doesn't sound fun or doesn't sound emotionally fulfilling, then you're not necessarily interested anymore. Or it seems like whatever your life purpose is, it's going to test you, and it's going to test your commitment. We're going to see what it is truly. So Spirit, what is pile 2's life purpose? What can you tell us about pile 2? Okay, so we have the Moon, and we have the Wheel of Fortune. We have Pisces energy with the Moon. Spirit, what is pile 2's life purpose? Okay, 5 of Cups. 3 of Cups. And the Hermit on the back of the deck. Okay, and then let's look at your oracles now. To start, we have Love. We have Priest. The Great Severing, Conflict, Mars energy, Anger, Softening to Love, which I think I actually said conflict instead of the great severing. That's what the card is. And the ever unfolding rose, cracked open. It's happening for you, not to you. And then we have leadership, take charge of this situation, and teaching. You inspire young people to learn. Though this doesn't necessarily have to be young people. It could be like literally anything. But I'm gonna kind of, I wanna like move these around. I don't like the way they look right now. Okay. I still hate that, but I'm gonna roll with it. So pile 2, your life purpose. It's quite interesting. And one thing I want to say right now, and I talked about this in the first pile as well, is that life purpose doesn't mean career. Life purpose can be anything. You can have a life purpose for any reason. And your life purpose, in a lot of ways, is love and unconditional love, which is beautiful because you already know that in a way because it's your main energy. But I think you feel a lot of challenges at times, or life feels very challenging at times because people test your ability to stay within that energy of love. And I think it is quite easy sometimes for you to be down in the dumps, or for you to just be maybe apathetic towards life, or cynical. That's the word I'm looking for. There's a level of cynicism to you that you have to fight against. And I think that your logical brain probably brings about a lot of that cynicism. But your life purpose involves leadership and teaching, and those kind of go hand in hand, and you could really teach people or lead others through any way. So whatever your life purpose is, it's kind of broad because I think what's more important is the soul lessons you're learning. Like, you might end up in any which way career. Like, there's no, I feel like you had it rough growing up in terms of like relations. Like, you might have argued with your siblings a lot, or you might have felt like you were in somebody's shadow, or you might have been very like defensive. It's kind of like the energy that I'm getting. And I feel like your revolutionary nature, which I'm going to move this one here, because I feel like teaching is a byproduct of your leadership. It's less so about you being a teacher. But the fact that we have priest here facilitates spiritual commitments, serves as a channel of spiritual energy. Like we saw with that King of Wands and that elephant energy, you are very connected to spirit. And with the moon, I feel like part of your life's purpose is to explore that which is not normal. And you are meant to change how we as a society maybe view spirituality, or view love, or view relationships. Like, you could be a very good like public speaker or something like that. But you might change people at a very, you might change people on a very like local level, if that makes sense. Like the level of how much impact you'll have depends on the person, because this is a collective reading. And I could definitely see for some, you might be more focused on leading some people or leading the people close to you than others. But part of your life's purpose is to explore your spirituality as much as you possibly can. And I feel like one of your biggest hurdles to overcome is this same energy we saw with the Scorpion, with this great severing Mars energy, anger, conflict, softening to love. You're literally meant to learn. Part of your life's purpose is to learn how to surrender and accept what life has to offer, and accept the fact that people are not going to accept you and your radical ideas, because you have wonderful, awesome, radical ideas. but people might not be, some people just may not be very receptive to them or very open to them. And so I think that all of the challenges that you go through, you know how I was saying obstacles are detours in the right direction? It's kind of similar to this ever unfolding rose. I feel like for a long time, you might still be this way, but you definitely were in the past. You're very angry at the world because I think that you blamed the world for a lot of your problems, or you just wondered why the world hated you, or why you weren't accepted, or why you didn't fit in. And I think this is Spirit's way of saying, hey, we're giving you all these challenges to overcome, because we all have challenges, but these are all happening for you so that you can achieve what you're meant to achieve, not to you. And I think that you have already been in this hermit energy. I think I get the vibe that you've already explored your spirituality a little bit, but kind of what Spirit is saying, what's interesting is that we have that 9 energy again with 27. 27 reduces to 9, and we have it here. I think the thing that is going to soften you up to love the most is deep reflection and seeing things from a higher perspective with that owl. You are meant to kind of go within and truly understand you and understand why you are the way you are and why you do things the way you do and why the world is the way it is. You're really meant to explore your spirituality because you are very intuitive, and the moon reduces to 9 as well. That 18 reduces to 9. So I think that you are meant to develop your intuition. You could do something spiritual, like serving as a channel of spiritual energy. You could end up doing something very spiritual like Reiki or tarot, or serve as a medium. You could do something like that. You don't necessarily have to, but serving as a channel of spiritual energy can happen in any which way. You can be a channel of spiritual energy and be a parent. You can be a channel of spiritual energy and be a teacher. You can be a channel of spiritual energy and be a bartender. Like, you can do anything and channel spiritual energy. Like, you know when strangers say shit to you and it's just like exactly what you needed to hear or something like that? Like, you could literally be doing that. You could be that stranger who is literally giving people messages, whether you realize it or not, where you're just helping people, because there is this innately spiritual aspect to you. And I think that it might not be the most widely accepted by everybody, and you will face backlash at times, especially by very logical people that might think you're a nut. And that's okay. They're allowed to think that, but that doesn't mean that you're invalid. It's just their opinion. And I think the more you spend time with yourself and the more you get to understand yourself, the more solid in yourself you will be. So part of your life's purpose is to just do a lot of discovering on the soul level and figure out how to navigate a balance between the 3D world and the 5D world, and where your place in it is, and why you're on this journey. Because at its core, you're a light worker, but you can only be effective when you're working on your inner light first, which is why you come first, but then you also have that big humanitarian aspect. But I think that Spirit is saying that with this Wheel of Fortune here, you have plenty of options. And with this Page of Pentacles, maybe you're starting a new endeavor and you're not sure if it's something worth your time or not. I think that Spirit is saying whatever you choose to do, it's going to require some type of commitment, and it's probably going to test your ability to stay grounded in earth energy and stay committed to it, because you do have all of these fire and water and air aspects to you. It's more difficult for you to stay grounded when you're not feeling it, or your heart isn't in it, or you don't see a reason why to do it, or you're out of that energy of love and you don't give a shit about the collective in that moment. It's learning how to love. The part of your life purpose is learning how to love a collective, even when that collective doesn't accept you or understand you, because you know that you're doing something right and you're doing something that's bringing more light and more love into the world, and it is helping people. And I feel like this 5 of Cups is really, really demonstrating how it's a lot about perspective for you and managing that perspective, because, you know, you see this witch on the ground crying over these 3 spilled glasses, whereas she's got these 2 that are still upright. And so I think one challenge that you'll struggle with, especially early on in life, is you might distract yourself a lot with very surface level things like partying, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like it's called partying for a reason. It's fun. But I think that you might find it's fun in the moment, and then after you might feel like shit about yourself, or you might feel more lost, or you might feel out of alignment. And it might contribute to this tendency you have to look at the negative side of things rather than the bright side of things. But part of your life's purpose is just to have fun and to connect with others and to find joy in things. So by all means, I'm not saying like you need to stop partying or you need to stop doing whatever. Do what makes you happy. But I think that it's important that you take time out to spend time with yourself, because if you get too lost in the energy of the collective, it's hard for you to find yourself, and then it's much easier for you to be out of alignment and in that energy of negativity or cynicism. So what Spirit is really saying here is that one of your biggest challenges is going to be looking at the glass half full and appreciating what you do have. And also knowing when you need to sit back and spend some time by yourself. I mean, this is, even though the Hermit is Virgo energy, which you could have Virgo in there, which Virgo is such an anxious placement, it reminds me of that similar Aquarius energy, because, you know, Aquarians are really independent, but, you know, air signs are known for being more social. That doesn't mean all air signs are social, but I do think, you know, you value your friends and your friendships. Aquarians really value friends and shit. And so I think, you know, because you are so full of love, you might just want to be around your friends and feel that love. But the byproduct of that is that when you choose your friends over yourself, you might find yourself feeling lost sometimes. And I think that there are going to be a lot of disappointing things that happen in your life, as they happen in everyone's lives. And I think that Spirit is saying is that your perspective can really make or break your experience on this earth, because a lot of things might seem like more of a big deal than they really are because of your perspective. Or you might be able to heal from things a lot quicker because you're looking at things through the eyes of love rather than the eyes of fuck everyone and everything. Which I mean, like, I'm not judging that perspective. It's understandable. I had that perspective at one point too. And that's why it's kind of a great severing. You kind of have to reach a point where you're ready to reach revolution within yourself and get rid of that. But I think for you, you have a lot of potential and a lot of different prospects. And I think that, like, with this wheel here, so long as you follow your intuition and follow your inner compass, you'll be just fine. I definitely think that your life purpose has something to do with leading others and in turn teaching others. And it could have a spiritual nature involved, but literally anything and everything we do is spiritual. So don't feel like you have to become a monk and join a monastery or something. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, you can embody spirituality in the most mundane of things. And I think that Spirit is saying that you can find the joy in things or find the bad shit in things. It's really up to you. It's all about perspective. And the more you're in alignment with your inner truth, the happier you will be, and the less likely you will be to be in this disappointing, sad energy. And you don't deserve to be in that sad energy. You deserve to love yourself, and you deserve to love who you are and love your purpose and love humanity, even when they don't love you back. And I think that's a hard thing to do. To love humanity when humanity doesn't love you back is brutal. And even though you might have more supporters than naysayers, our brains just have a natural tendency to look at the naysayers because it's just how we are. And so I think that at the end of the day, your life purpose is going to be learning how to overcome your tendencies to want to do low vibrational shit and succumb to the negative collective energy, because you are sensitive to the collective. So you could be like an empath or something like that. But I think overall, you really can't go wrong so long as you follow your intuition and what your intuition is telling you to do. Because I think that Spirit's being a bit cryptic about like what specific things you're meant to do with teaching and leadership. It's almost kind of like your life's purpose is to experience the highs and lows of life, introspect how you feel about them, what you've learned about them, and I think you'll profit off of that in some way and help other young people, or help young people navigate their life and let go of this anger, conflict energy, and embody that energy of love. You really are an amazing person, and I hope you see yourself as one, because first of all, you're so unique and have a wonderful perspective, but also you have the ability to change so many minds and change the world. And so I think that it's just, it comes down to your belief in yourself and your ability to find balance. Oh my God, I see a squirrel on a telephone line running across. That's so cute. Anyway, yeah, Spirit wants you to experience life and have a good time, enjoy the highs and lows, but don't get too caught up in the moment. Be able to step back and see things for what they are and process things and see things from a higher perspective and sense the things that we can't necessarily see. You know, this is a lot about your intuitive body and spiritual development in order to evolve. Like, I feel like this lifetime for you is just a lot about experiencing life as a human, especially if you're like a starseed or something like that. You know, you might just be getting the experience of being human, and that might be really hard for you. And that's why I think grounding is going to be especially important to you, because I think it's very easy for you to get triggered by the collective when your idealistic outlook doesn't match reality. And by all means, don't get rid of your idealistic outlook. It's wonderful. It's just, while being idealistic, you still have to be practical, and that not everybody's going to understand you, and that's okay. You can't be all things to everyone, and that's okay. So I'm going to get you guys some advice. You crazy, crazy little revolutionaries, you. Because I honestly, I feel like you can do whatever the hell you want, whatever you're intuitively feeling. It's your life purpose is just to live your life and to lead others through theirs and show others what you've learned and be a part of that spiritual energy. It's really beautiful. And I think it's a wonderful life purpose to have, because you're going to create change, no matter how small or how big, and you are revolutionary. The level of change is just going to depend on the person. But the core idea is literally just coming to this world, bearing your torch, and creating so much light, even if it causes controversy, even if it sets shit on fire, because you are making way for a new foundation. And I think that your inner fire is so special, and please don't ever lose it, and please don't ever think that it's not worth expressing, because if you're thinking that way, you're out of alignment. I promise once you go back in and get back in that alignment hermit energy, you'll fully realize, oh shit, you know, my truth is awesome. And if people don't accept my truth, that's fine. You know, they're haters, they don't get it, and that's okay. Like, I'm still gonna keep being me, like, and see things from a higher perspective. That's really all. That's all you need. So we're going to see what angel numbers are relevant to you and what affirmations Spirit wants to give you. Okay, so we have 2 3s coming out. The first one, let me take that so I don't fuck up the entire... Okay, expression comes naturally to you. You are very skilled at communicating your thoughts through conversation and creative pursuits. You are able to get others on board with your ideas. I am charismatic. And I think that's one thing that you should work to your favor, is like, you be revolutionary in the way that you talk to people. You know, I feel like for one person that might not understand you, you can inspire 5. We also have 21. You are highly creative with a strong will to succeed. Your imagination is highly charged. It reveals itself in everything you do, from sparkling conversation to your most prized projects. I am inspiring. And then finally, we have 2. You have a great talent for finding solutions. Your intuitive and unbiased nature allow you to see all sides of any situation and advise others towards the most fair and beneficial outcome. I am diplomatic. So I definitely think this is what you're learning, that diplomacy, because I think that, because honestly, the energy that I get is that you're able to be diplomatic until it hits too close to home or it feels too personal. And then that's kind of when your ego defenses come in, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just something to be aware of. But on the back of the deck, we have number 10. You have great leadership skills. Your mind is sharp and allows you to dream up ingenious ideas and organize all the details, then direct others how to carry things out. I am ingenious. So yeah, you can do anything you set your mind to. But let's get you some crush your goals quotes to set you on your way. Spirit, what quotes do you want to give to pile 2? Okay. There was no magic to it. I just wrote constantly and kept trying to get better and nurtured delusions. It's totally normal. So this is actually brilliant when it comes to the spiritual aspect of your purpose and your development, because spiritual work to the outside viewer, or to the outside person who knows nothing about it, it seems very weird and very magical and very esoteric, if you will. It's really not, though. It's really natural. Like, I literally just found out the other day that I am basically have the abilities to be a medium. And I'm like, really? And it's like, yeah, because I've been channeling this entire time. Like, I'm a bitch that just reads cards, but like, there's something deeper to it, but it doesn't feel that magical when you're doing it. It seems more magical from an outside perspective. And so I feel like one thing that could really help you, especially with being this revolutionary and maybe integrating spirituality into your world, is showing people how normal it can be, and normalizing it into an everyday routine and making it practical with that hermit energy. Yeah, sorry for that little tangent. I don't know. It's just crazy how like spiritual stuff seems so out there, but once you start doing it, you're like, oh, it's really not that out there. But we also have do whatever you have to do. People always want to tell you how to do it. No, do it your way. And don't ask for like, oh, how can you do it? Do it, figure it out. I like this, because that's kind of what you're doing anyway. You don't need to listen to the collective. You're a revolutionary and you're going to march to the beat of your own drum. So you don't need anybody but yourself. And yeah, you can do anything you set your mind to. And I have no doubt that you're going to do great things. And I'll just leave you with this. Never doubt that you're here for a reason. Never doubt that your perspective matters, and never doubt that your ideas are not wonderful, because they are wonderful. And no matter what kind of feedback you get from people, just keep marching to the beat of your own drum, because you're a revolutionary, and well-behaved revolutionaries rarely make history. I know I just botched that quote, but I don't care. Okay, pile 2, I am going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching this all the way through. If you did, definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. I would love to hear. If you enjoyed this video, I would love it if you left a like if you haven't already, and if you have not already, I would love it if you subscribed. It helps me out so much. Thank you so much for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose this Selenite palm stone, this is going to be your reading on your life purpose. So first, I want to get to know you guys a little bit and look at your main energies and kind of what spirit wants you to know, and different personality aspects that might help or hinder you in your life purpose. And then we'll get into the tarot, and we will look at your true life purpose, and then I will leave you guys with some angel numbers and advice. So to start, you are being represented by the Wilding, and your main energy is being represented by Birds of a Feather, which is a love energy. And then one of your personality aspects is being represented by the Cobra, and it's being supported by the High Priestess, the Moon, and Pluto, or Judgment, which is Plutonian energy. Two major arcanas. And then your other attribute is being represented by the Golden Egg, which is a heart chakra card, kind of ironic with birds. And then supporting that is the Six of Pentacles and the Knight of Wands. Okay. So in terms of signs, this is pretty like, there could be a lot of variations here, because despite the fire energy here, what I get even deeper is like Mars energy. So like Aries and Scorpio, especially. Definitely Scorpio. I get a lot of Scorpio, but you don't have to be. You could have a Taurus moon. You could be a fire or an air sign or have those placements. But let's just go ahead and talk about this, because what Spirit is showing me right away is that there's this very interesting dilemma. Maybe not dilemma, but paradox or like issue that you're experiencing. So one thing that I want to just say right off the bat is that you are such a loving and kind and generous person. And I think that you know this because it seems like the people around you are genuinely grateful for you and love having you in their life. It seems like you have a good community around you and a good community of support. And I think that you love being around this support system. You know, birds of a feather flock together. You know, you might have met like your platonic soulmates or just people in your life that you genuinely love being around. But I'm seeing this aspect of you. See, the wilding talks about unabashed freedom and grounded freedom. And kind of what Spirit is showing me is that one thing that you are needing to learn, or that you kind of need to assess in order to truly understand yourself, is how to not remove yourself from your community, but differentiate your own wants, needs, and desires apart from those in your community. And honestly, when I say community, I'm like really small, like your closest friends or your closest family members or your like the people that are closest to you. Not a very big community, very small community. And see, one thing that I'm seeing here is that I do feel like you have kind of mom friend or dad friend energy, where you do take care of the group, take care of others' needs. But at the same time, it's not like you're somebody who is like a worry. Well, I mean, you could be a worrywart and still be this way. I just feel like you know how to have fun, and you can be really wild and really fun. But there is that part of you where, because of you have a really big heart and you're very generous to others. I think gift giving or gift receiving could definitely be a love language of yours. And I definitely see this part of you that's just very philanthropic in nature. You like to help others. You like to, especially the people closest to you, and you like to be kind of active. Like, you are very active. You might literally be active, or you just might be active in doing things that are emotionally fulfilling. But one thing's for sure is that you have a really big heart. And I think you have a really big heart for others, but I think it's sometimes hard for you to have a big heart for yourself. And one thing that I'm seeing here is that there's a part of you where it seems like you're always helping others, you're always guiding others, but you have a hard time being the student and sitting in stillness and being patient with yourself. It's like you have all those qualities towards others, but when it comes to yourself, you have a hard time extending those back to you. And one thing that I'm seeing here, especially with this Cobra, is that you are going to learn a lot of lessons spiritually. Spiritual lessons that you learn are going to be a lot about trusting your intuition, which I think you already are highly intuitive, and also learning how to transform and overcome difficult life experiences and difficult things that happen in your life. And also, I think this extends to one thing that you might struggle with is leaving things in the past. Because your heart is so big, I think that you always want to see the best in people. And unfortunately, that might lead you to get hurt by some people that don't have the best intentions. And this can be in love, this can be in friendships, this can be anywhere. And I feel like at times you might internalize what happens in these past events and wonder, you know, what's wrong with you and like what you did to mess everything up. And I feel like Spirit is really calling me to say that it's not your fault all the time. Like, obviously there's two sides to every story. It takes two to tango. But you can't internalize all of this. You know, sometimes people just fall away and there is no reason, or, you know, they're just not meant for the rest of your journey. And I think because you do care about the people around you so much, I feel like you do form really close bonds with people because you have such a big heart. But sometimes when those people might not be good for you, or might not be helping you evolve and grow, and they fall away, or things end, you might have a hard time overcoming that. Like, I can definitely see you have highs and lows where you're emo sometimes. And I don't mean that in like a negative way. I just mean like you're just very down in the dumps a little bit, but you always overcome that. And that's what I want to be clear about. Because what's interesting is that when it comes to talking about you, I'm talking a lot about how you act towards others. And that's because you really have not taken the time to explore who you truly are. And that's kind of sad. Not in like, oh my God, that's so sad, like you don't know yourself. I don't mean it in that way. I just mean it in like, I'm sad, and Spirit is sad that you don't get to see how special and how important you are to the people that you are around, because you are a wonderful teacher for others. And you help teach people a lot of lessons that they need to learn. They have so much fun with you, and they feel lucky and blessed to be in your life. But because you don't really see yourself in an accurate light, I think you really look for external validation in order to find approval. It really inhibits your ability to be your full self and unleash your full potential. And so one thing that I feel like Spirit is saying is that you're going to have to learn how to detach from your community. And I don't mean that like don't talk to them for 10 days, or like stop being friends with your friends. I don't mean that at all. With this wilding card, your soul is kind of like the wild unknown. And it reminds me of those tarot cards, which actually the author of those tarot cards also, or author, artist, I don't know, also made these cards. And so there's all of this within you that you need to explore. And I feel like maybe mentally you have a hard time. You might have a mental block when it comes to exploring yourself, or you might feel overwhelmed by exploring yourself. In terms of exploring yourself, the best way to do that is through meditation and self-reflection, and truly getting to know and sitting in your energy. Because one thing I think you need to learn is how to differentiate what is your group's energy, what is the collective's energy, and what is your energy. Because you could be highly sensitive, especially to energy, and you have this really strong intuition. But I think that you probably don't trust it as much as you should. And part of the reason you don't trust it is because you haven't been able to explore it more and experience it more. But I feel like what's interesting too is that we have 2 and we have 20. So we have 2 2s. So you could be a life path 2 or a life path 11. Because one thing that I'm being shown here is how big your heart is and how you love to show love to others. But it's kind of like you're a deer in headlights when it comes to showing light and love to yourself. And I feel like Spirit is saying that it's time for you to start being open to the idea of who you are without judgment or without contempt. Because I think one thing is that you need to be objective about the fact that you have both good and bad qualities, as we all do, and accepting of all of them, because I do feel a tinge of perfectionism in here, and I do think that that might inhibit you from being your full self or being your true self. But there's this wild aspect about you that's just begging to be freed. And I feel like your inner, like your soul is screaming to be understood and discovered, and is screaming to be acknowledged and validated. And I think that if you're feeling really lost in life right now, it's only because you're not getting to know yourself. And like, honestly, the vibe that I'm getting is like, you know, I'm doing well in life. I've got wonderful people around me. I do enjoyable things. I'm in a good place in life. I should be really happy, but I'm not happy. Why am I not happy? And it's because you don't know yourself. You don't even know what's going to make you happy outside of the things that already do. And I think that there are certain things that no other human, no matter how close we may be to them, can do to bring us inner fulfillment besides ourselves. You are the only person that can truly understand you fully. And I think that Spirit is saying that you deserve to feel the freedom to explore yourself without judgment and explore yourself without feeling like you have to adhere to past conditions. And by that, I mean, you don't have, like, if you see yourself and you see your past self and you've changed and you think that's not you, that's not true. Like, there is no one version of you. You're constantly transforming. And I think part of your life's purpose is to accept all these transformations of who you are and these transformations of your external surroundings and kind of just go with it. But at the same time, I think that there is this inner, you know, like I said, this is Mars energy. This is warrior energy. This is taking action and feeling free and, you know, getting on that damn horse and flying like the wind and having fun. And I think for you, boundaries are essential because you are so giving and you are so generous and you do have such a big heart that maybe it's hard for you sometimes to pull back and say no when you need to take care of yourself, or even to even realize when you need to say no to take care of yourself. Spirit is saying that your boundaries are important, but at the same time, you have to know when you're being closed off to yourself, because I feel like you have no boundaries with others and you have way too many boundaries with yourself. Like, you're very hard on yourself and you're very like, it's like you see, I feel like you're constantly looking for inspiration in the external world. And I think what Spirit is trying to get you to understand is that there's an abundance of unique energy within you that's just dying to be expressed. You're your own brand. You're your own icon. And I feel like if you just allowed yourself to be expressive and give yourself the freedom to explore your inner desires and what it is that you want to do and not what everyone else wants to do or what everyone else is doing, and just kind of detach from your community so that you can get a better idea of who you are, that could be very helpful. And detachment doesn't have to be like never talking to anyone again or spending a lot of time alone. It could just be like taking a day by yourself and going out in nature or getting tarot readings done or reading your own tarot. Like, there's a lot of different ways to do this. And I think that Spirit is saying that, like, you know, you already are doing so many wonderful things and you're doing such a wonderful job, but there is this wild aspect of you, this aspect that's yearning to be free. and this aspect that's looking for fulfillment, and Spirit is saying that it's not going to come anywhere in your outside world. You're going to have to go within, which technically you did find this in the outside world. So asterisk, after this, you're not going to find it in the outside world, unless there are other readings, which I'm sure there are other wonderful readings that readers can help you with. But we're going to get into your life purpose now, because I think I have lectured your ear off enough. Sometimes I like feel really guilty. Like I said, it comes through me, not from me. But sometimes I'm like, damn, I'm sure people think I'm like lecturing them. Like, trust me, I don't have my life figured out. One of my friends was literally like, I wish you could watch your own readings. She was like, I wish you could take the advice that you give in your readings. And I'm like, dude, I can't even like watch myself. But trust me, like, I don't have all of this just freely within me. But your first tarot card, which I wanted to give each pile like their own tarot card and then shuffle the rest on camera. So your first tarot card representing your life purpose is the Seven of Wands. And I definitely think, like, just right off the bat, you've experienced a lot of challenges in your life. And I think that you've had to defend yourself in ways that honestly are kind of unfair. And I think that's kind of what contributes to how big your heart is, because you know what it's like to be misunderstood and have to feel like you're constantly on the defense. And I just see the Empress coming out right now, and I feel like that is just Spirit saying right off the bat that you are so much more than you think you are, and you are so much more wonderful than you believe yourself to be. But I definitely think that you might struggle with defensiveness, or you might get triggered easily because you have a history of people belittling you or thinking the worst of you, or believing that like you're not gonna, or just like people that literally don't even know you at all judging you for like stupid reasons, like projecting their own insecurities on you is kind of like what I'm seeing. Even though you're just like living your life and being you, it seems like people are jealous of you, and like jealous of like what you have, or the people around you, or how you are. And I think as a result, there's a bit of defensiveness in you because you're unable to objectively realize that it's just insecure people projecting their insecurities onto you, and not giving you the respect you deserve, that you deserve to give it to yourself. You deserve to give that respect to yourself. But let's keep shuffling. So Spirit, what is pile 3's life purpose? Okay. So there's that Scorpio energy. We have the 5 of Wands. We have Death. Which way do you want to go? Okay, upright. Okay, yeah, we have the 8 of Swords. Yep, not seeing clearly. All right, so what else is part of pile 3's life purpose? 10 of Cups, love to see it. And on the back of the deck, we have the 7 of Pentacles. Is that 6 cards? 3, 4, yeah, okay. Like I said in a past reading, bad at math. And I just want to note, the 6 of Pentacles is underneath the 7 of Pentacles, which we had the 6 of Pentacles out again. So I feel like Spirit really is highlighting how generous you are. But let's look at your oracles now. So to start, we have Mystic, revels in an intimate union with the divine. We also have Jump In, Andromedan energy, adventure, say yes to change. And you actually got 2 of these cards, so I'm going to look at this one first. You also have Freedom. I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness. And then your first, so this was on the back of the deck. The first one I got was this one. Fuck, I'm just dropping everything everywhere. Okay. Whew, chaotic energy. So we have Rama, where are you being called to journey to? And we have Leap, you go first, the universe will catch you. And so I drew this one, and then this was on the back of the deck, and I was like, well, that's just really funny, because like this is the main idea, and jump in and leap, like Spirit's saying jump. And I'm hearing that song Jump from like the 90s. I can't remember, it was like a group of kids, I can't remember what it's called though. And then we also have, in terms of life purpose, flowers. Working with flowers opens your heart and brings blessings of others through your life purpose. And children, your life purpose involves helping, teaching, and healing children. So there's definitely a huge family aspect to you. With this 10 of Cups, I definitely think that having children is a big part of your life, or helping other children, or experiencing emotional fulfillment is definitely a big part of your life. But I think one thing that you struggle with is that you create a lot more strife in your life than you realize. And I think, and I don't think that it's all so you know how I was saying with that wilding card that you have mental limitations to exploring yourself? That's really shown in this Eight of Swords, because I think that there's a bit of learned helplessness here, where you do feel like nothing will ever change. You get stuck in old and tired thought patterns, essentially, that really are just not serving you. And I think that you really hesitate to make moves and take action towards your dreams because you're afraid of failure, or you're afraid of what people might think. And I also think, unfortunately, like, this isn't something you can help, but I think you just attract a lot of like chaotic people into your life. Like with this Five of Wands here, I once again, I feel like there are just a lot of people who are jealous of you. And so what's funny is that, well, it's not funny, actually, it's a really good thing that you have this birds of a feather. Like, it makes me feel really comforted that you do have good people in your life that do really love you for who you are, and want to support you, because there are so many people out there who just are gonna be unfairly cruel to you, or be rude to you, literally because they're jealous of you. And I have to say, like, they are just jealous. Do not give them the time, like, do not give them any energy. There's a hugely spiritual aspect to this, and I think that your life purpose, essentially, is to overcome all the restrictions that other people place on you and that you place on yourself. Because in your life, you're going to go through constant transformations. And this is Scorpio energy, which is 8th house energy. So I would definitely recommend looking at your birth chart and looking to see if you have any placements in your 8th house. If you don't, even having no placements has a meaning to it. But I would look at the sign that is in your 8th house as well. That might help you in terms of transforming and understanding more about yourself. But I think that overall, what you really, really, really want is emotional fulfillment. And I think that's like it's likely that you want kids, or you want, a happy marriage, a good life. And I feel like you might struggle sometimes because maybe you're too young for that right now, or maybe you're not ready for that yet, or maybe there's just other things in your life going on, and it's just not time yet. I feel like with this Seven of Pentacles, part of your life journey is to learn how to be patient and enjoy each moment, rather than looking at things as the next achievement and where you need to be next, because you do have a lot of energy. And that's wonderful. That's so wonderful. Like with that Knight of Wands energy, you are very out there. You're a go-getter, and you love to achieve things. But I think you have a hard time learning how to slow down because you're always thinking about the next achievement. But at the same time, it's like the things that you do achieve, I feel like follow in a pattern of familiarity in some way. And so I think when it comes to doing unique things, or things that you haven't tried before, there's a lot of fear involved with that, because you're afraid of failure. Because like I said, that perfectionist energy is here. And I feel like nobody is going to be harder on you than you are on yourself if you fail or you don't succeed at something. But Spirit is really saying that we want to support you. And if your soul is calling you to do something, we're going to support it. And so I think it's really likely that part of your life purpose has to do with traveling. Maybe you have already traveled a lot and learned a lot from that. But I think part of your life purpose is to learn from the past. With that Seven of Pentacles, the Seven of Pentacles can also be about reflection and looking things over and like maybe getting nostalgic or thinking about things. And I guess in this case, I could just see you really traveling the world to get answers and to understand more about humanity and why we're here, because there is this massive spiritual aspect to you. You know, with Mystic revels in intimate union with the divine. I feel like spirit wants you to embrace your spiritual energy because it's actually going to help you. And the more you fight it, the less fulfilled you're going to feel. And I think that there is this very fixed part of you that's afraid of changing, and you might be comfortable with an old idea of who you were, but spirit is saying that you need to be comfortable with the idea of who you can become. And your life purpose is freedom. I express the power and the free will to create my own happiness. And with that, the wilding, this is the same thing. The wilding is all about freedom. And so partially you're going to have to learn how, even if the closest members of your circle aren't approving of what you're doing, that doesn't matter, because if they're meant to be in your life, they will love and support you no matter what you do. But also, you don't have to do, not everything you do has to be something that the people in your circle like, or be something that the people in your life approve of. I mean, obviously, like if you're feeling called to like rob a bank or murder somebody, I'm gonna say, homie, don't do that. But if it's not hurting anybody and you're not like committing a crime, you should be free to do whatever you want and leap and go for it. And I think that you're kind of on a journey that's difficult because you do love the people around you. And I do think that because your heart is so big, you just really care about those other people, but you don't take the time to look inwards and look in yourself and see what you want. What does pile 3 want? And what's interesting is that you guys chose Selenite. And Selenite, I have lots of Selenite. It's one of my favorite stones. It's a clearing stone. It clears, it charges. I literally have tons of Selenite bowls, like literally everywhere, just full of crystals. Like I use them to charge my crystals and I love them. I love having selenite everywhere. So I would highly recommend, in terms of exploring yourself in meditation, meditate with selenite. I think you picked this stone for a reason, and it's a wonderful stone for connecting with the moon, which we saw in your tarot because we had the high priestess being represented by the moon. Ooh, you should also look into moon cycles, because I think the moon cycles could really help you. Your emotions might change with the moon. You have a lot of water energy to you. But what I was saying before that is that I don't think you realize how rich your inner depths are. And I think when you find yourself being impatient about the pace of life, that is the best time to go within, because then you'll be able to realize you're exactly where you are at the exact moment in time where you need to be. And I feel like one thing that you're learning, or a part of your life purpose, is to feel free to not hold yourself to any conventions you might have held yourself to before, and to not feel this feeling of defensiveness and not feel like you have to argue your side or you have to assert yourself or prove yourself. If you feel free and you know who you are, you'll never have to feel that way, and you won't feel trapped. You know, Spirit is saying you can easily take your blindfold off and start seeing things for what they are, and you can stop being afraid of you. I think you're afraid of yourself. I think you give love to other people because you don't know how to give love to yourself. And that's a problem that so many of us deal with, and it's totally okay to have that problem. But it's not something that you should feel like you're helpless to fix, because you can't fix it. You might not be able to fix it alone, but I do think that being open to your spirituality and being open to the inner mystic within you will allow you to feel more free. And I think one big thing for you is that you're going to have to learn to not give a fuck about what other people think. Because people are just not going to understand you. And I feel like I've said this in all 3 piles so far, but you can't be all things to all people. The best thing you can be is yourself. And with this say yes to change, Scorpio is a fixed energy. And I think at times you might be very afraid of change. You might be very afraid of what lies ahead, or things. You're afraid of death, which, like, on a literal level, yes, but I don't mean like literal death. You're afraid of endings. You're afraid of change. I feel like the world around you, 7 and 5 and 13, which 13 reduces to 4. We have 2 7s here, but you have a lot of odd numbers, which is unbalanced. And I think that you probably lacked a lot of structure growing up, or consistency growing up. And so maybe you feel the most free when you don't have structure, or maybe you feel the most free when you're traveling, or when you're looking for answers in the outside world. But I think where you're being called to journey to, and part of your life's purpose, is to learn that the journey is kind of within. And you might be feeling called to journey within right now. But I also think external and internal travel are like big for you. And I think, because there might have been turbulence growing up, or a lack of structure, like maybe you moved around a lot, or maybe, people in your family didn't really get along, whatever it may be, I feel like you almost give an excess of love to people to try and ensure that they won't leave you and they won't abandon you. And that honestly breaks my heart and makes me want to cry. And I just need you to know, Pile 3, that the people that you thought of when I talked about this birds of a feather card, they are not going to leave you. They love you very, very, very much. And it's not about what you provide for them. It's not about what you help them with. It's about you being you. They have an authentic connection with you, and they love that. And that's all they need. And if anything, it's hard for them to see you not understand yourself the way that you should, because you are so wonderful and everybody can see it but you. But all you pay attention to are the people that do see how wonderful you are but hate it because they wish they could be like you, or they wish that they're peanut butter and jealous is end of the fucking day. They're jealous as fuck. They're haters, and you don't need to listen to that shit, okay? Like, anyone expending their energy to hate on you is a sad, sad, sad human being, all right? Think about how much love you give to other people. Do you enjoy hating on people? If you do, that might be something you need to look at, but the amount of energy it takes to send negativity someone's way just shows the type of character that person has. And you don't need to give a fuck about what those people think, because it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter what people think. It only matters what you think of yourself, because you're the only person that knows yourself as intimately as you. And even though you don't know yourself at all, you are the only person who has experienced the exact things at the exact time, in the exact place, in the exact way, and perceive them in the exact way as you. So the statement that everybody is unique is true. While we all have similar characteristics and qualities, nobody experiences life the exact same way, in the exact same moment, from the exact same lens. And so I think you need to realize how unique your perspective is and how special you truly are. With flowers here, maybe you have a special flower. I'm hearing peonies, and I'm also hearing lavender. Is lavender a flower? I thought it was a plant. And roses, hydrangeas, and tulips. So if any of those have any symbolic purpose, there's that. Lilies as well. Okay, we're gonna list the entire garden if you don't chill out, Spirit. But children as well, and I think that part of you really just wants to have a family and stuff like that. And I think that Spirit is saying that will happen in time, because you do just have a soft heart. And like, even if you don't have kids of your own, I could definitely see you doing something involving helping children, or bringing joy to children, because I think you have that innate, like, childlike joy. And I think, honestly, here's one thing I'll tell you. If you're really struggling, like, with a cynical outlook and feeling like life is just shitty and you're feeling really apathetic, go somewhere where you can like volunteer with like younger kids, not in like a creepy way, but just like see if you can volunteer at like a school or something like that. Because I went and volunteered, like this is just from personal experience, I know this. I went and volunteered at my old elementary school, and watching like kids just play on a playground and like have fun and just feel free, that's kind of the exact feeling that you need, and that's kind of the exact attitude you need to have towards exploring yourself and towards exploring life, because you do have so many fears and you are so afraid. And I think it's because you've faced a lot of adversity, and a lot of people have told you no, and a lot of people have unfairly judged you and unfairly mistreated you. But Spirit is saying that you don't have to hold yourself to those viewpoints. Those are other people's viewpoints, and they don't know you the way you know you. And like, you can cut those cords, you can cut that shit out. With this death, you're always changing, you're always transforming. Death is really about rebirth, it's about life. And it's so interesting because we have these muted, darker colors here, and then these beautiful, bright colors. And I think that you've already been in a process of transforming. But I think you just need to stop overthinking every single decision that you have or every single move that you make. Like, I feel like you're so afraid of making the wrong decision. But once you realize there is no wrong decision and just do what makes you happy, you're going to feel a lot freer. Everything is meant to happen the way it's meant to. And happiness is the sign that you're on the right path. And your true happiness lies in freedom and knowing that you'll be okay no matter what decisions you make. And you will have this emotional fulfillment no matter what decisions you make. Because if you are in tune with Spirit and you're in tune with what your intuition is telling you and what your purpose is telling you, then you will never not feel emotionally fulfilled. Then you will never feel horrible like this. And so I think, your life purpose literally involves you breaking free from the conventions that other people have placed upon you and from the beliefs that you've placed upon yourself, and getting out of your perception that you've probably had for a very long time and being open to different shit and fresh change. You really need the perspective of a child here. You really need to get back. So, inner child healing definitely is something that you'll want to look into. I would definitely Google that because there's different ways of inner child healing, and it's going to be different for all of you. So I can't just like give you specific recommendations. But your life purpose is to follow the inner yearnings of your soul and not think too hard about if it's the right decision or not. It doesn't matter. It's the decision that you made. Make your decisions with conviction. That's what I will tell you. Once you make a decision, stick to it. You can change your mind down the line and do what you can, but don't beat yourself up for the decisions that you make that, don't pan out the way you want them to, or don't turn out in this really idealized way. I feel like you're so rough on yourself and have this perspective that you have to be absolutely perfect all the time, and it's just not realistic. The people in your life that are meant to be there are not going to leave you if you mess up. They're not going to leave you if you have a bad day. They're not going to leave you if you're not able to be there for them. They're responsible for their own self-care as well. And the people that are in your life that authentically love you are not going to leave for some superficial way, and they're certainly not going to treat you poorly or not support you. They want you to be happy just as much as you want to be happy. And so this is where figuring out what's not in alignment with you and overcoming that is important. But Spirit is saying, don't think, just do. Like, just go for it. Go for the things that you're feeling called to do. And it's time to start exploring your spirituality, because your life purpose is to learn how to break free from your brain and follow what makes you happy with the joy of a child, and just have fun and not think about it. Why so serious? You don't deserve to be that serious. And I think that in the future you could definitely do something with children, or you might find that your life purpose is involved with like teaching children, or taking care of children, maybe your own, maybe you become a teacher, social worker, or maybe you already are that. But yeah, there's a lot with limitations here. your life purpose is to overcome your limitations and to overcome the things that you think you can't do. Because whether you can or you can't, you're right. And I'd rather you think that you can, rather you can't. You need to read The Little Engine That Could. That's you. You know, he says, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. And right now you think you can, and that needs to fit. That needs to be fixed. All that inner turmoil. Doesn't matter what other people say. Doesn't matter if other people think you're wrong. This is about you. This is not about anyone else. And your life purpose is about freedom. I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness, whatever that looks like. Ooh, okay. I feel like I just went on a really long tangent there. I love this. Okay. So the first angel number we have is 23. You have a zest for life and you are eager to experience anything and everything possible. You love change and excitement and need both to feel truly alive. For you, life is an adventure to be lived to the fullest. I'm adventurous. And like literally, jump in, Andromedan energy, adventurous, say yes to change. I feel like you're so afraid of this, which like I feel like you innately have this adventurous spirit, but for whatever reason, you've kind of gone within with it, or you don't feel as adventurous. But you don't have to go places to be adventurous. I think you need to learn to be adventurous of your own inner depths, because that's going to really help you a lot. And look, this is Spirit saying detach to be independent. The quality of work you can produce when you're going at it alone is almost unbelievable. You are as independent as you are ambitious, capable of performing every step of the way with efficiency, focus, and skill. I am independent. And on the back of the deck, we have the number 0. There is no beginning and no end, which is, what was I talking about with that 8th house? All is infinite. It is time to develop your spiritual side. Yes, you are gaining new sight and understanding of both godly and earthly things. I am limitless, and that is true. You are free and you are limitless, and you can do anything you set your mind to. So, Spirit, what quotes do you want to give to pile 3, please? Okay. Oh, this one came out before. Great people do great things before they are ready. They do things before they know they can do it. Doing what you're afraid of, getting out of your comfort zone, taking risks, that's what life is. Yes, I totally agree. And start before you're ready. Don't prepare, begin. So yeah, they have the same message, and I think that back the deck energy is relevant too. But Spirit just brought me back to the story that I was talking about volunteering. It like really fucked me up to just see kids like having fun and not being worried about like everything all the time. And it was like a wake-up call where I was like, oh my God, like I am so fearful and afraid of everything, and I'm so cynical, and like just seeing these kids like have fun with each other and play together and like just be free and crazy and pretend to be dinosaurs and like hang on monkey bars, like that's the energy you need to have. And that's the energy that at your core, I think you do possess. But I think that you feel like you need to get rid of it and grow up. But like, nobody ever really grows up. Adults are just big children trying to fit in. And I think once you realize that you were born to stand out and you were born to be free and do what makes you happy, you'll realize just truly how limitless you are. But on the back of this deck, it says, look, you live one life. Give it all you fucking got and take all your shots. One's bound to hit the target. And I think that that is so true. You know, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to do it. And the more you do things and the more you go for it, the better off you will be. So pile 3, I'm going to leave this reading here. I really hope that this helped, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you guys so much for watching this all the way through. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. And if you enjoyed this, I'd love if you left it a like. And if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed. Thank you guys so much for letting me read your cards. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. If you guys chose this Amazonite stone, this is going to be your reading on your life purpose. So like I said in the intro, the first part of this reading, I'm going to be getting to know you, seeing your main energies and personality attributes, and then we will use tarot and more oracles to look at your life purpose, and then we will finish off with some angel numbers and some advice. So let's go ahead and start by looking at your main energies, which are higher perspective, and beyond the ordinary. And then your personality attributes are being represented by the dolphin, and the ones supporting the dolphin are the 10 of Wands and Cancer, or the Chariot, not Cancer. So here's what's confusing. Okay, in this deck, sorry, I got to rant for a second. All of the cards are in this black lettering right here. And then it says in parentheses the astrology associations. But then with the major arcana, the actual tarot card is in the parentheses, and the astrological association is in the black writing. Like, it's confusing. My Virgo moon is displeased. Anyway, you're also being represented by the Swan and the 2 of Wands and the 10 of Swords. See that? Is that not confusing? So every time I read any of the major arcanas here, I'm like for example, Judgment comes out and I'm like, oh, this is Pluto. And I'm like, Pluto is not a tarot card. I love this deck. I'm only slightly bitching because it's only slightly annoying, and I have to fix it. Anyway, let's talk about you. Wow, pile 4. What can I say that you don't already know about yourself? These are my empaths. These are my highly sensitives. These are my psychics. These are my healers. These are my light workers, my mystics. Essentially, if you pick this pile, it is meant for you. If you do anything occult, anything spiritual, anything related to healing or helping others, this is a very compassionate energy. And your primary energy is represented by the crown chakra. So I would be shocked if you're not spiritual in any way. Maybe you're just unaware of your spiritual nature or unaware of his spirituality, but you are a very, very, very mature and wise old soul. Could definitely be a water sign, Cancer especially, but we also have Scorpio and Pisces placements. In terms of these, we also have Saturn in Sagittarius, Mars in Aries, and Sun in Gemini. But you are somebody that, first of all, has a huge heart and truly wants the best for everyone, wants to see the best in people, wants to put out the best energy into the world, which you have a really wonderful energy in general. I just want to say that right off the bat. Like, you do have a really, really great energy. I think one thing that you struggle with is because you are so evolved and so, quote, woke and so spiritual that at times I feel like you forget that you're still human and that you can make mistakes. And by all means, I feel like it's taken you a long time to reach this place of looking at things from a higher perspective, looking at things beyond what they are. You know, you are an extraordinary person and you are very unique, and having these abilities to see the unseen, to feel things that are there but you can't see. Like, you are someone with innate psychic abilities, like I said, and I would be shocked if you don't utilize them in some way to help you in life. But even if you don't have psychic abilities, even if you are not a healer, you are someone very compassionate and nurturing and driven by emotions. But the thing is that you're very emotionally mature. You're not somebody who's manipulative. You're not somebody who is like overly emotional. Like, you experience emotions. You might be highly sensitive or an empath, so I would not be shocked if you experience other people's emotions. and then internalize why you're feeling them and like beat yourself up about it, and it's not even your feeling. But I think one thing that Spirit is calling to my attention right away is the fact that you have a hard time being human. And giving yourself a break, because you hold yourself, you not only have a higher perspective, but you hold yourself to a higher standard. You want to be above what's accepted, beyond the ordinary, above the ordinary. You are extraordinary and you know that, but you adhere to that so much that you almost forget that you're allowed to make mistakes and you're allowed to have flaws and you're allowed to have human moments and emotions and mess up. That's the experience of being human. But let's talk about you. You're incredibly creative. You could be connected to the Hindu goddess Saraswati. You could be a writer or creative or use this spiritual nature about you to create. But you could also be a healer, because you're incredibly emotionally intelligent, and I think that you have the ability, I mean, obviously you're very intuitive, and so you can very quickly pick up on how other people are feeling, and you definitely have a desire to help and heal others. I would be shocked if you didn't like read tarot or do something or do Reiki or something like that. You are very very spiritually driven, or at least, if not spiritually driven, emotionally driven. And like the good, well, I guess there's technically, objectively, there's no good and bad emotions, they just are. But I feel like everything you do has pure intentions behind it. Your intentions are very pure, and you want to do things for the highest good of all, just not just for the highest good of you. And I think because you have such a kind nature and such a sweet heart, that it's hard for you at times to see things for what they are and see things objectively, because you do want to see the best in people. You do want to see the good in everyone and see the extraordinary in everyone that's ordinary. And you want to be this nurturing presence, and you want to be there for everyone. But I feel like this is something that Spirit is calling to your attention, mainly because your feelings can get overbearing at times. And I think that could definitely be a highly sensitive empath thing, where you might need to work on boundaries. But I almost think your desire to help others and be there for others carries a lot of weight within you, and maybe holds you back from feelings of lightness that you deserve to feel. I feel like you burden yourself with problems of the world that are not your problem in the first place. I also think for you, like reading the news or watching scary things or things like that are not very good for you, because I think that you internalize them and they weigh on your soul. I could also see you having like attention deficit disorder or something like that. You don't have to, of course, but I see that as well. Because part of what I'm seeing with you is a people-pleasing tendency, because you might have a fear of rejection or being misunderstood. Because let's be real, you are definitely very unique, and not everybody can understand your perspective. Your main energy is connected to the crown chakra. It's connected to spirit. It's connected to light energy. Literally like the most heavenly and spiritual energy out there. And it makes sense that that comes out with higher perspective, because you see things in a way that most people don't see them. And so that immediately is going to set you apart from most people and make it difficult for them to understand you. But that's also what makes you so magical and what makes you so mystical. And I think that you hold yourself to this standard, like, I have to be like that all the time. I always have to take the high road. I always have to be kind, even when people aren't kind to me. And I always have to do this, or I always have to do that. And I feel like one thing that Spirit is wanting you to know, Pile 4, is that you are still human, and you can make mistakes, and you really don't have to beat yourself up as much as you do. You are still here on earth as a human, and while sometimes you might feel more at home in the spiritual realms or when you're astral projecting or meditating, you are here on earth for a reason. And I think one thing that I'm seeing over here, especially with this Swan and this Two of Wands and this Ten of Swords energy, could be a Gemini sun, you internalize a lot of things that are not your fault and then believe that they're your fault. And I feel like Spirit is saying that one thing you're gonna need to learn you're gonna need to learn how to accept endings and accept them for what they are. Because I think that you maybe take things that are emotionally painful to you, or maybe even traumatic, and you blame yourself for all of it. And I feel like Spirit is really saying, like, any hardships that you go through, or like any abuse or trauma that you experience, is not your fault. While you're responsible for healing it, you do not need to carry the burden of thinking that any of that is your fault or that you deserve that, because you didn't. And it's horrible that anything bad happened to you, but Spirit is saying that you really can leave the past in the past, and that sometimes it's best to just keep moving forward rather than looking back. And I think that you might have a hard time letting go of people that you know are not good for you, or letting go of habits or situations that you know isn't for your highest good, because maybe you're afraid of change, or you don't want to hurt someone else's feelings, or you don't want to create conflict. This is very afraid of conflict energy. And I feel like Spirit is saying that this is a natural part of life. Endings are a part of life, and you are not meant to stay in the same place your whole life. And what I find really interesting is that because you are these two, like, gliding water animals, like, life isn't meant to be very hard for you. And like, while you're going to experience hard things, your higher perspective is going to help you navigate the ups and downs of life a lot easier. And I think they have, ever since you've adopted this perspective, if you haven't had it naturally. But I think one thing that Spirit is showing here is that there is this impulsive nature in you, and this desire to discover and explore that maybe you don't like indulge in enough. There could be yearnings to travel, and I would definitely highly encourage that. Maybe not right now, but like in the future. I feel like Spirit is saying that it's okay to indulge in that impulsive nature about you, because I think that as long as you're not doing anything reckless and stupid, you're going to be okay. And there's this driven aspect of you as well that needs to be in balance. With this Cancer energy here, you are incredibly nurturing, incredibly kind, but at the same time, you know, you can get bogged down by feelings of like, oh, I'm never going to be able to, like, I feel like you want to fix the entire world. And like, I just gotta say, whoa, buddy. Like, Spirit's saying, like, whoa, buddy, slow down. You are just one person in a world of 8 billion people. Being you is a blessing and a gift in of itself. And it is not your job to fix all the world's problems. It is your job to fix your problems and to focus on how you can make your problems better. And if you're a healer or a guide or something, or a mentor, you can help those people, but they have to come to you. And I think there's something here with boundaries. You might, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but you might at times overstep your boundaries with others in a good intentioned way. But I feel like Spirit is saying that you take on burdens that you literally don't need to carry. And I think part of it is because sometimes you care too much, and I don't know if it's possible to. It is kind of possible to care too much, but that comes naturally for empaths and highly sensitive people. You just care a lot about a lot of things, but that can be exhausting and it can drain a lot of your energy. And so I feel like Spirit is saying you need to be more objective about what you're gonna care about and what you're gonna really care about, because caring about everything is gonna drain you completely. Like, I literally feel like Spirit is saying, you know, you're burdened by this. You're trying to care about 10 things when realistically you should care about like 2 of them. You know what I mean? And like the rest you should just be able to, you know, detach from a little bit. There is a need for you to be more detached from your emotional body and observe it as part of your experience. And I think one thing that you might struggle with, which is completely understandable, especially given this nature of you, is processing things through your emotional body comes by nature to you. It literally is natural. And it's kind of funny because you could teach pile 1 a lot of lessons, and pile 1 could teach you a lot of lessons about how, because you kind of need to utilize more practical and logical energy in your life, because you are such a caring and compassionate and nurturing person, but you cannot be there for everyone all the time, and you have to stop treating yourself like a sacrificial lamb for everyone. And I know that like it might not feel that way, but as much as you help others, you still have to be there to help yourself. And I think that's one thing that you really struggle with, even with that higher perspective. And I think sometimes Spirit's saying it's okay to like get upset at people. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to shut down. It's okay to not know where you're going. And I think that one thing you're going to need to find peace in is, even though you have all of this spiritual awareness, I do think you are still held with fear. Fear of failure, fear of not being enough, fear of not being good enough. And I feel like Spirit is saying, despite your higher perspective, you're still having trouble just being. And being is just existing in the present moment and not getting caught up in what's wrong in the world, or what's wrong with other people, or who needs help, or who needs healing. You can only be an effective healer or creative or emotional. I'm going to say healer specifically, because I mean, you can heal in lots of ways. You can heal in, you can heal, like, creative pursuits can be healing. Like, anything you do can in turn be healing. But I think what Spirit is trying to get you to realize is that the more healed you are, the more effective you will be as a healer. And so I feel like Spirit is saying, I know it's easy to be so focused on everyone else, but in that higher perspective, you still have to look at you, not just the world. You have to look at the world through your eyes, through that higher perspective, and you will gain your best insights and your best understandings about the world by healing yourself. And I think that you are very healed, but healing is a continual process and it never changes, and there's always something new to discover. And I think that Spirit is saying it's very important that you're balanced in order for you to make progress in your life, and in order for you to keep moving forward, you have to be balanced. Because if you're feeling burdened by other people's problems, or you're investing your energy or losing your energy to things that are not productive, then you're really shooting yourself in the foot, honestly. And I think Spirit is saying no one is worth it, and no one, it's not your time to help, because you are so helpful and it's so wonderful, and you are such a special person, and the fact that you are so compassionate and so helpful and want to heal humanity is a beautiful thing. But you are also humanity. You are also that person who needs help, who needs healing. You are also that person, and even though you're highly evolved, even though you're emotionally mature and an old soul, you don't show yourself the same love you show other people. And I think that you need to mother yourself more than anything. With that Cancer energy, you need to mother yourself, and you need to be more nurturing. And prioritize your needs over others' needs. I mean, you might be a parent, and so that might be difficult because you might be used to taking care of other people, but you still have to make time for yourself. And even if it's just like 10 or 15 minutes, like, you need that time for yourself, because if you're out of touch, if you're out of alignment with yourself, then you are not as effective as a healer and as a creative and as a intuitive, as a reader, whatever it is that you are. Because this is all very spiritual energy or very compassionate energy, and it is beautiful. But I want to be clear that while all these aspects are wonderful, balance is important. And I think that looking at things from a practical and logical perspective sometimes will really help you release things that burden your soul that you don't need to hold on to. But we're going to get into your life purpose now, which you might already know your life purpose, or you might already know a little bit about what your life purpose is. But I think it's honestly kind of surprising you guys are even here, because it's like, well, I guess you could read that for yourself, but you might be like me. I have a really hard time reading for myself because it's hard to be objective about your own life. But we're going to start with your first tarot card, and then we'll shuffle the rest of your tarot, because I wanted each pile to have a unique tarot card. So your tarot card is being represented by the Knight of Swords. And so I definitely think part of your life purpose is learning how to be authentic and share your voice and be honest. Because I feel like at times, it's not that you lie to people, but you might say things to... you might not be entirely truthful all the time because you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings or things like that. Or you might be afraid to share your voice, or you might have, or due to a fear of being misunderstood, you might not be honest about your thoughts or your feelings or your opinions very often. And so I definitely think part of your life purpose is to learn how to be logical when your emotional body wants you to overexert yourself or help everyone, because the truth is you can't help everyone and you can't please everybody. And there are people that are just going to be haters, and there are people that are going to be miserable, and you're a giver. And what givers need to understand is that takers have no limits. And you can give and you can give and you can give. But I promise you will run out of giving energy much quicker than a taker, because a taker can keep on taking and keep on benefiting. And I think it's very easy for your good nature to get taken advantage of by the wrong people. So it's very, very important that you have this objective perspective that you're able to implement and see clearly and see the truth when your emotions cloud things, because you're literally, you are made with this inherent sense of guilt. Like if you're not helping people, if you're not doing enough, if you're not making people's lives better, then you're not worthy or you're not enough. You are worthy if the only person you heal is you. And truthfully, that's the only person you're obligated to heal, because that is who really matters in this situation. And also it makes you more effective as a healer. But we're going to see, Spirit, what else is part of pile 4's life purpose? What do you want pile 4 to know about their life purpose? Okay, we have Death. We have Scorpio energy coming out here. What else? Spirit, what else about pile 4, their life purpose, do you want them to know? Okay, what is this? Okay, we have the 9 of Swords. Yeah. Spirit, what else about pile 4's life purpose do you want them to know? Okay, 2 of Cups. This has very similar energy, by the way, to pile 3. Not very, it's kind of similar. Just if you have time, because I know these videos are long, just look at it and see what you think. There might be some helpful information there. And on the back of the deck, we have the 10 of Cups. Holy shit. Okay. I also feel like we need to take Strength, so I'm going to take that as well. You guys are so special. You get an extra card. Beyond the ordinary again. Okay. So let's look at your oracles now. To start, we have Share Your Voice, Come Out of Your Cave, Persecution, Expression. Child of the Cosmos, the intelligence of the universe lies within you. You actually got 2 archetype cards, so I'm going to show those next. We also have Empathy. I'm open to seeing both sides of a situation. So a lot of your life purpose already comes natural to you, and that's pretty cool. But also, We have trickster, transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. And healer, which I got trickster, and then Spirit was like, look on the back of the deck. And I was just like, oh my God, of course. Passion to serve others by repairing body, mind, and spirit. Ability to help transform pain into healing. And then finally, we have school, and we have environmentalist. You're an earth angel who was born to protect, nurture, and teach about nature and the animals. And school, the answer that you're seeking involves going to school. So you could be a healer for the earth, you could be a healer for animals, you could be a healer for children, and honestly, the school card really varies, because that school could be maybe not an official school, maybe it's like a school for developing mediums, maybe it's a school for tarot. Like, it doesn't have to be a legitimate institution, but like maybe if you want to be a vet or a doctor or a social worker or something like that, you might need some type of training. But also just experiencing life. Like, I can just see this as the school of hard knocks, you know what I mean? Especially if you're like life path 11 or something like that. Shout out to my life path 11s. That shit sucks. Okay, it's great, but it sucks, but it's great. Okay, anyway, let's talk about your life purpose, because this makes me so excited. So let's just start with the fact that your ability to connect with people one-on-one is amazing. And I definitely think that in whatever career you embody or you choose to do, it is something that is going to get you very far. So like if you want to be like a counselor, or if you want to tutor or teach, or be like a motivational speaker, like a personal trainer even, utilize your ability to connect with people one-on-one. Because when you're in a group, you guys are going to get a lot of empath tips in this pile, so you're welcome. When you're in a group, it's much harder for you to discern where energy is coming from. And if you don't know what your own energy feels like, I would tell you right now that you need to start going within and figuring that out. Because once you know what your energy feels like, it's going to be a lot easier for you to understand what is not your energy, so that you can, one, return it to sender, but two, if you become a healer or are a healer or something like that, you're not going to have any issues. Like, you're going to know right away, okay, well, I'm feeling XYZ, and I know that's not mine because I wasn't feeling that 10 minutes ago. Okay, let's address that. I mean, you're highly, highly psychic. And, you know, we have Scorpio energy with death. We have Leo energy with strength. And I'm like trying to decide where I want to start, because this is just so exciting. Let's talk about the Nine of Swords. I think that's important. You have a lot of anxiety, which truthfully is to be expected in a position like this, because first of all, a lot of what you're naturally good at is what we cannot see and is beyond the ordinary. So it's not necessarily, you know, you're not going to get praised in school or at work for being psychic. You know, if you're trying to discover what it is you're meant to do. I struggled with this. I would take so many of those different, like, what career is right for you, and every single one that would come, like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And I found out that my ideal career wasn't on a freaking career test, because they didn't have that option. You know, like, there's so many options in the world for you to follow that do not hold to conventional standards. And I think where you are really selling yourself short is believing that you are meant to live an ordinary life when you are absolutely extraordinary. You are like an earth angel. You are an earth angel. Oh my God, yeah, you are an earth angel. You are such a special, special human, and there are not a lot of people like you in the world. We need more people like you in the world. And your kindness and your compassion is something that's innate to you. And I think, unfortunately, people that are not as kind and not as compassionate, they look at that as weakness, which first of all is wrong. They're the weak ones because they feel like they have to be mean as a defense mechanism or as a way to make themselves feel better. But you have such a pure light. And I feel like you have learned to be very afraid of expressing yourself because people, one, trash what they don't understand. And two, you could have been bullied growing up. You could have been treated really poorly because you were different or misunderstood. You could still be that way. Maybe you are still treated poorly. If anyone is bullying you, send me their address and I will make sure it's not a problem anymore because it's making me upset. But like, you're not meant to live a normal life, bro. What about you is ordinary? Nothing. So what makes you think that you're gonna live this super ordinary life and be happy with it? It's not for you, sweet bean. You know, but here's what's actually cool as fuck though. Because you're so extraordinary, your life purpose is to live a life that is awesome. Like awesome. I mean, you guys have no idea. We have the Two of Cups, we have the Ten of Pentacles, and the Ten of Cups. So first of all, love. You're meant to have one great love, and I think that this is the person that you are going to create a legacy with, and you are going to have a family with, an emotional fulfillment with, and that family, if you don't want kids, can literally be plants. It could be fur babies. It could be beanie babies or collectibles. Like, why is that in my head? It could be anything. But this innate ability of yours is something that is actually going to amass you a lot of wealth. And your healing abilities and your desire to transcend convention is what's going to make you stand out, and is what's going to make you special, and it's what's going to make you seen. And here's the thing too. I feel like the person that you're meant to be with is going to be a counterpart. And so they're going to have a lot of these wonderful qualities. They're going to bring just as much to the table as you do. And so together, you're going to create such a successful life. And part of your life purpose is to learn how to stop fighting what your soul yearns to do, and learn how to stop fighting your soul's desire to do things that are different or that are less societally accepted. Because the hard truth of it is, and like honestly, me being a tarot reader is like, there's so much internalized shame that comes with it, because like I didn't even believe in this shit 2 years ago, and I had a very logical, rational perspective about things, and I did not honor my emotional body or my intuition or my empathy, and I was the saddest and the most unhappy I had ever been. It takes so much strength to be who you are and be your authentic self. And I do not want you to ever think that just because you're different means that you're wrong or there's something inherently wrong about you, because that is not true at all. It takes strength to be yourself. It takes strength to be empathetic to others even when they're mean to you. It takes strength to share your voice. It takes strength to go against the grain. It takes strength to go against conventions and predictable behavior. It takes strength to not be normal. And I just want to tell you that you are already so strong. So strong. Like, look at you vibing with this lion, and there's a whole ass tornado in the background, and you're like, yeah, that's fine. Because you are able to navigate things that most people would not be able to navigate and would not be able to do. And that is why Spirit is trying to get you to the point where you can embrace and accept the fact that you're different, so that you can use your talents and your gifts for something that you're truly meant to do and that will truly make a difference. Because yeah, you can live a regular life, you can do something that's unfulfilling, and you can ignore your life's purpose. That's fine, but you're gonna stay in that Nine of Swords energy. You're gonna feel like everything's wrong, you're gonna be anxious, you're gonna not really like yourself. And Spirit is saying you need to learn how to say fuck that and speak your truth. Share your voice, come out of the cave. Persecution expression. And I think that this has more meanings than one. You know, like for example, if you are LGBT and you are afraid to come out or be open about that. I'm not saying you have to do that or you have to do anything. That's your journey. That's you, do whatever. But Spirit is saying that anybody that is not supportive of you and who you want to love, they're ignorant, and fuck them. Like, you know, obviously that's your journey and you come to that in your own time, and like that's you. But, you know, make sure you're not internalizing that, because you cannot help who you love. You cannot help who you are. You are born this way. You were born with these gifts. You were born with this ability. You were born weird. You're weird. Like, you're weird, okay? I'm weird. You're weird. That's why we're here. And you know, that's okay. And I think it's actually time for you to embrace this weirdness and find a niche in this weirdness that you can embrace. Maybe it's animal healing. Maybe it's environmentalism. Maybe it's being a doctor. Maybe it's being a psychologist. Maybe it's being a Reiki practitioner, a healer, a massage therapist. There's so many different things, and there's so many ways to heal others. It really doesn't matter which one you choose. Just do the one that makes you feel happy, because I feel like you're looking for an answer that's not gonna come to you. Like, I feel like you're waiting for this predictable niche thing to come your way, and you're just gonna finally settle and accept things for the way they are. But you know deep down inside that you're meant for great things, and I'm sure you're already doing great things, but you're meant for things that are different from others. You're never gonna feel good if you're doing something mundane that doesn't feed your soul, because your soul is so strong. Like, your soul is gonna show you what's wrong, because your soul knows what's right. And what's right is this: you're literally meant to have a beautiful life that is abundant in wealth, in love, in adventure, opportunity, in spiritual growth. The universe, this lifetime is meant to be a reward for you. It's meant to reward you for all the kindness that you put out into the world, for all the love that you put out into the world. And it's time to be okay with transformation and being different. I could definitely see you doing something with like psychic mediumship, maybe mediumship healing or something like that. But I think part of you, you know, if you haven't really explored this deeper, more spiritual side, it's time to, like, you're going to have to explore that yourself. And, you know, obviously don't do anything you're not comfortable with. But I think Spirit is saying that you're going to have to be comfortable with change. And you're going to have to be comfortable with doing things that not everybody is going to understand. Because I think a particularly triggering thing for you is being misunderstood. And I think that there's healing that needs to be done there, in terms of like accepting that you're not going to be understood, and that not everybody is going to see your pure intentions. And, you know, people have their own stigmas, and people have their own ways of viewing things, and that's fine. That's them. But that's not you. And you don't have to adhere to that. You are a child of the cosmos. You could be a starseed. You could be just a very old soul, whatever you identify as. But everything you need to know about your life and your life's purpose resides within you. And you cannot fuck this up, dude. The only way you can fuck this up is if you stay in your cave and you don't show your light, if you don't share your light. Come out of the cave. Spirit is saying, stop hiding from who you are. It's okay. And now obviously with things like coming out and stuff like that, you know, in your own time, when you're ready, when you're comfortable. But when it comes to expressing yourself and being who you are and being your extraordinary self, you're never gonna feel ready to do that. You just gotta start doing it anyway, and realize that anyone who has anything to say about it, they're ignorant, and like, fuck them. Like I said, send them to me. I'll set them straight. But also, I feel like you internalize that shame on yourself. Like, why am I not normal? Why can't I be normal? Because you're not supposed to be normal. You were born weird. You're going to stay weird, and you got to live weird. Because you know what? Living weird is what's going to bring you the quote unquote normal experience that everybody wants to experience. Everybody wants to have a beautiful love. Everybody wants to have a lot of money. Not everybody wants to have a family, but everybody wants emotional fulfillment. And Spirit is saying that you can have all of those. All of them. And you deserve to have all of them. But you don't believe that you deserve to have all of them, which holds you back. And also, you're afraid of cutting things away that are not meant for you because you have such a big heart and you want to help everyone. You don't feel like you're enough unless you're always helping others. But once you realize that you can just help yourself and express yourself, and that you don't have to constantly expend your energy on others and assert those boundaries, you're going to be smooth sailing, dude. Like, it's just time for you to be you. And your life purpose is to heal yourself. And by healing yourself, you're going to heal others. Because I think being a healer in some way and being weird in some way is what is your life purpose. And it's what's going to bring you the best outcome in this lifetime. Because trust me, you have been through a lot of lifetimes where you have suffered, where you have been in pain, where you have stayed in this cave, and where you have just felt unheard, unseen, and unimportant. And it's an imprint that's left on your soul. And so you might have just come into this world with a lot of fear and not even understood why, which made you feel even more shameful. But this anxiety that you feel, it could be a lot of different things, and obviously anxiety levels differ between everyone, and do what you need to get help with that. But you're gonna feel so much freer once you just embrace who you are rather than trying to run away from what you are. Just be honest with yourself. You're weird, bro. Like, that's fine. That's awesome. Being weird is the best, and it's so much fun. It's time to use that higher perspective you have to realize that you're not normal, and you're never gonna be normal, and that's okay, and that's awesome, because you're going to help other people. Not everybody has the ability to do the things that you can do, and not everybody has the ability to heal others and to be weird. Not everybody is that strong, but you are, and that is what's gonna bring you this abundance. The beginning of your life, it was probably pretty tough, and you probably dealt with a lot of shit. But I promise you, you're like wine. You're just gonna get better with age. Like, literally, even they're like drinking wine. Like, you are meant for all of the beautiful things in the world. And your life purpose is to embrace who you are so that you can truly have those things and reap the most emotional fulfillment and abundance possible. And you know how to get there. It doesn't matter what I say. You know exactly how to get there, because your path is unique. And even though we have plenty of people that will choose pile 4, you have to think about it on a grander scale. There's 5 piles, and how many people is this actually reaching divided by those 5 piles? Well, it's not like you all live in the same neighborhood. We need a lot of healers. We need a lot of that. And you're going to be blessed by the universe abundantly for doing it, because you're spreading love. And love is the highest frequency of all of the energies. And that's why you are so spiritual, because you are connected to the crown chakra. You are connected to the higher realms. It's hard for you to be here on earth. It's hard for you to be grounded. I feel like a lot of your energy just stays in your head, and it turns into anxiety. And you probably have that struggle where you're like, it's hard for you to accept yourself because nobody else accepted you, and you might have had to hold parts of yourself back in order to fit in. And bro, it's just not worth it. And it might be hard, especially if you're younger, because it's so easy to care about what other people think. And criticism is scary, and when you're highly sensitive, you can really internalize that. But I promise you, for any amount of negativity you get, you will get 5 times the amount of love. And as long as you can focus on that love and not let those stupid assholes that will tell you otherwise, you're gonna be golden. Because your soul is already so strong. And Spirit wants you to feel complete. Spirit wants you to feel understood. Spirit wants you to feel supported and nurtured by the earth. And Spirit wants you to feel abundant. Because I think, personally, part of your life purpose, especially if you want to have children, is to nurture and raise kids that are just as weird as you, but in an environment where they can feel accepted and embrace their unique gifts rather than suppress them and feel like there's something wrong. There needs to be more parents like you in the world. There needs to be more people who are willing to nurture that weirdness and not force people to conform. You're not meant to conform, you're meant to shine and you're meant to stand out. And literally, like, this love, whatever this love relationship is, it's gonna be the greatest. Like, this is your like ultimate soulmate, whatever. You're meant to have a beautiful, beautiful love with somebody. I don't even want to put a label on it because labels don't even matter. But this is gonna be a great love, and I promise you will know who this person is. When you know, you know. And you will know. And it's like the divine will be blessing it as well. Like, it literally looks like they're being blessed by the divine. And what's funny, one of my past readings, I think it was either the last one or the second to last one. I talked about this specific Two of Cups card. So let me know if you had that pile, because I would love, because that's probably that person. It's probably this person. But yeah. Cut the cords that make you feel like you're not enough. It's time to release the past, release the things that don't serve you, because you've got a beautiful life ahead of you and all you need to do is embrace it. Your life purpose is to embrace who you are in the face of adversity, in the face of what's normal, in the face of what's boring, if I'm being honest, in the face of what's plain. Your life purpose is to be weird and embrace your weirdness so that you can help other people embrace their weirdness and heal from people that did not like their weirdness or hurt them. You're so strong and you have already overcome so much. And like, this is honestly just the beginning. I don't care how old you are. This is just the beginning. Your life will not truly start until you start embracing who you are. I'm just going to be honest. Until then, you're going to be existing. You're not going to be living. And I want you to exist. I want you to live. I don't want you to exist. Like, yeah, stay low vibe. Just don't embrace your purpose. Just chill on your bed. No, I want you guys to live. I want you to see the beauty that the world has to offer, because for spiritual folks like you, sometimes it's really hard to see the value that the earth might have, and being grounded. Being grounded is something you might want to work on as well, by the way. But there are so many beautiful things in this world, and you're meant to see them, and you're meant to experience them, and you're meant to have the human experience. And of course, it's not going to be sunshines and rainbows. There's going to be highs and lows. But the beautiful thing about it is that you're going to be supported by the abundant love of the universe. And everything that you experience is only going to make your knowledge as a soul improve. But also, you're going to have so much intuitive awareness that most people don't have when they go through difficult things. You're going to be able to go through the difficult things a lot easier than somebody else. And while it may be hard to remember that you're human, try to stop holding yourself to this unrealistic standard with this Nine of Swords. Once you just embrace who you are and just say, I'm not perfect, and that's okay, and use this logical sword, this Knight of Swords, to cut through the bullshit that makes you think that you need to be normal or that you need to hide who you are, you're gonna feel so much freer. Because at the end of the day, you were born the way you were, and the universe would have not, you are here for a reason, and you would not exist if you were not meant to do something really amazing and do something beautiful. You clearly have a special mission here, and you clearly were gifted these abilities in order to make a huge difference, and you are going to feel like absolute dog shit for as long as you are neglecting and not acknowledging these parts of you. there's a reason why you feel so horrible if you are hiding who you are. It's because Spirit doesn't want you to hide who you are. You are meant to feel free, and feel free in who you are, despite what people might say or despite what people might think. You make this world a better place. And I just have to say, on the record, Pile 4, I am so grateful that you exist, and I have such high expectations for you and what you can achieve, and don't feel overwhelmed by that, because I know you'll get there. But your passion to serve others by repairing the body, mind, and spirit reaps all these beneficial awards. And your ability to help transform pain into healing with this Death card, I mean, like, literally, you are meant to transform you're meant to show other people how to heal. You went through life really, like, the beginning of your life was rough, specifically because you are meant to heal so that you can heal others. And while healing is a continual process and you'll consistently learn more, when you came to this world as a little baby, there was no way for you to know that this was your path and that this was your gift. You know, you spent a lot of your life feeling like you were wrong and that you were different and that you were unworthy and that you weren't good enough. And that's not true. And Spirit's saying that's not true. You went and are going through all these hardships so that you can learn how to heal and embrace who you truly are. And having that knowledge set now is just going to make you so beneficial in the future. But I feel like, oh my God, I feel like I've been going on and on and on for like 70 trillion years. So sorry if you're getting bored or having trouble hanging on there. We're going to get you some angel numbers now, but I feel like it's especially important for you guys because despite which, look, as I'm cutting the deck, 999, I am unique. Thank the past for your lessons and leave it where it belongs so you can make the best of the life that is still waiting to be fulfilled by only you. Yes, exactly. That's literally what I'm saying. You're unique. You're not ordinary. I'm thinking, if you've ever seen the movie Robots, I'm thinking of, like, you know, the quote, like, you can shine no matter what you're made of. Whether you're made of new parts, old parts, or spare parts, you can shine no matter what you're made of. And it's like, it doesn't matter how old or young you are, you know, what you look like or what you do. You know, if you have a light, you're meant to share it. And your unique self is just such a beautiful thing, and it should always be embraced. But Spirit, what angel numbers do you want to give to Pile 4? Okay, so first of all, we have Master number 33. So you could be a life path 33 or something like that. Any positive changes or projects you are considering right now will be well worth your while. Expect that your power to manifest and create change will be heightened. I'm expanding. So this could also be something that helps you create abundance as well. But we also have 25. You have a great ability to take in and process information on both conscious and subconscious levels. Your curiosity is endless, and your desire to dive deep into a variety of subjects will bring you an immense awareness of the world. I am intelligent. And finally, we have 333. You are being called to use your spiritual gifts as a light worker, assisting all of humanity. Live your truths and be a positive light to others. I'm powerful. Oh, this is gonna make me cry, you guys. You are so special. And look, on the back of the deck, we have number 55. Some substantial changes in your future. Embrace the change and need to overcome your insecurities and let go of your fears. I am evolving. You are meant to do this, you guys. This is your life purpose. And I hope you feel a little more understood because, it's not easy to be weird. It ain't easy being cheesy, I'll tell you that much. But, you guys are so magnificent. Okay, we're gonna look at your quotes now. So the first one is by Dolly Parton. Do not confuse dreams with wishes. There is a difference. Dreams are where you visualize yourself being successful at what's important and what you accomplish, and dreams build convictions. And on the back of the deck, Queen Oprah Winfrey herself. The only courage you ever need is the courage to fulfill the dreams of your own life. But if you don't have a dream today, start dreaming. And also, yeah, fear is boring. And you have gone far too long not being yourself. And I want you to promise me something, Pile 4. Promise me that you will try to embrace who you are, or you will make efforts to start embracing your uniqueness, and you can do it in any way you want. You can have a regular job, you can live a regular life, but just promise me that no matter what you do and no matter where you end up, that you will embrace and accept who you are, and embrace what makes you you rather than suppress it, because I don't want you to live a life where you just feel unsatisfied because you were born into a world that was different from you, and bro, you're a square peg trying to fit in a round hole. You're not going to fit in. Embrace the fact that you're a square. This is the only time it's cool to be a square. But okay, I feel like I've given you enough pile 4. I am going to leave this reading here. I really hope this helped you. I really hope that this gave you some kind of encouragement, but you don't need me. You've got this. You've got this. The intelligence of the universe lies within you. You are such an old soul. You'll be fine. Thank you it was such an honor to read your cards, truthfully. I feel blessed to even experience energy like this. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. Give some support to other pile 4s for sure, because it's not easy. It's not easy, and I'm sure y'all will appreciate that. If you enjoyed this video, I'd love it if you left a like, and if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed. But I think that's all I have to say. So thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 5. If you guys chose this Lepidolite stone, this is going to be your reading on your life purpose. So man, for you, you're probably just clicking on this after the intro, but for me, whew, this has been a journey, this has been a ride, and every single pile has been so interesting, so I am looking forward to seeing yours. What we're gonna do here is first look at your personality traits and kind of just see what Spirit is highlighting about you and kind of what Spirit wants me to know. And then we're going to get into your life purpose specifically, look at tarot and oracle there, and then we will get you some angel numbers and affirmations and some goal cards. So let's start with your main energies. You have compassion and beautiful uncaging, and then your personality attributes are being represented by the raccoon and supported by the Page of Swords and the 4 of Wands. And then you're also being represented by the unicorn, which is the 3rd eye chakra, and the 9 of Pentacles and the Empress. Okay. So, pile 4, let's talk about your main energies. So, these 2 cards really go hand in hand. And I think that naturally you have a very beautiful, kind heart, and you have a lot of compassion for most people. But what I'm seeing here is that there are definitely unhealed wounds within you that stop you from acting as your true, authentic self always. There's a lot of internalized guilt and shame here for who you are, and I feel like that could especially be related to your ethnicity or the culture that you grew up in. But it runs even deeper than that. Or maybe that's the root, but there's also, I feel like there's a lot of self-blame and low self-worth within you. And I'm not trying to 2 minutes in and you're like, I'm reading you for filth. No, I'm not trying to. But Spirit is highlighting this because you have such a big heart and because you have such a capacity for change. This beautiful uncaging is represented by the sacral chakra. And the sacral chakra rules our creativity, our sexuality, and the way we express ourselves. And what I can see here between the raccoon and the unicorn is how inaccurately you see yourself and who you truly are, who you're meant to be. these are both part of you, but I feel like a lot of you are more so in this raccoon energy. I hope that some of you watching have maybe grown out of this raccoon energy and are in this unicorn energy, but both of these are inherently part of you no matter what, and you will still experience aspects of them throughout your life. But what I'm seeing here is that you are such a, you do have such a big heart, and you're such a creative soul. And with this raccoon here, the raccoon talks all about creative expression and hiding in the shadows and not believing in your talent, not believing in what you have to offer the world. And I feel like for you, either you're studying a particular creative outlet and you don't feel ready to share it, or you have been doing something creative for a long time and you feel like you're not prepared to share it, or you're not good enough yet, but there's something saying you actually are. But it could depend either way. The Page of Swords, when it comes to like love, is, in terms of a spectrum of all the court cards understanding love, like it would be King of Cups here, Page of Swords here. So Page of Swords is like the opposite. So I think that you have a very, very, very hard time extending compassion to yourself and to others. Not all others, but some others. And I'll explain. Because you are a kind person. You are such a kind person. And you do have such a big heart. But you have these wounds within you that hold you back from embracing all that you are. And that's what is keeping you in the shadows, if you are still in the shadows. Because let's be real here, if you've already evolved out of this, then you're already living part of your life's purpose. But even though this is part of your personality, what I've kind of noticed in the trend of the readings is that the Spirit is talking about aspects of your personality, but also how you can overcome your limitations, so that when we get into your life purpose, we can see how you embody those. But you really hold yourself in. And it's due to a couple things. It's due to inherent shame and guilt about who you are. I feel like you don't even believe that you deserve to take up space. And let me tell you right now that that is wrong. And I think it's unfair to yourself that you can extend compassion to others, but you can't extend it to yourself. Because you are the person that is most deserving of that compassion, and you are that person that needs it the most. Because one, I think compassion is an important component of your creativity. I could definitely see how you might create things in order to benefit the collective or to help others. Or your work just might show compassionate things, or you might make things for other people. And like, you have a big heart. But once it's time to look at you and who you are, it's like that heart doesn't exist anymore. And I do think that for some of you, you might struggle with being open to other people who have different viewpoints than you do, because it might trigger something within you. And so I think that if you get triggered by certain people, that might be something you want to address or look into. And like, by all means, like, I'm not saying that you do this. It's just something that Spirit is calling to my attention that maybe holds you back from feeling at peace. I feel like nobody is worth your peace of mind, sacrificing your peace of mind, especially not people who might just be like, you know, having a bad day and unfortunately taking it out on you, or just like being ignorant and don't know what they're talking about. I feel like you might have had a childhood where you felt like you really had to prove yourself, or you weren't really seen or understood, or people outside of your immediate like family unit didn't really understand you. There's a lot here about like there's people-pleasing energy and like this desire to help others, but at the same time there's a lot of self-harm here, and I'm not talking about like literal self-harm. And I mean, if that is something you're struggling with, like, I'm sending you love, and like, please get help. Like, you're not, if you need to get help, like, do that. You know, you're so worthy and you're important and you need to be here. But you just restrict the beauty of who you are so much, and you hide who you are so much. You stay in the shadows, and Spirit is asking you to embrace the light. Finally embrace the light, because I think there's this part of you that knows how talented you are, who knows how gifted you are, who knows that you could achieve a whole lot, you could climb any mountain. And I think that you have a solid foundation of either experience, skill, or creative like abilities that can aid you in this. But like, an example with how you're not compassionate towards yourself. Let's say you've spent a long time making a painting and you're done and you don't like how it looks. You think it looks like shit. And everyone else is like, oh my gosh, it's amazing. But no, you leave it in a closet and you never show anybody. That is a way that you are harming yourself, because you spent all that time and energy, and you don't have to share what you create with people. But you have to be compassionate about how you express things. Nothing ever turns out the way we picture it in our head, especially when it comes to things we make. You know, you have to be practical about certain things. And I feel like there's just... Okay, I don't want you guys to take this the wrong way. And I don't mean this at all as like, this isn't a deficit of your character. It's just a product of emotional wounds that need to be healed. But I think you allow people to make you too bothered, like, or you get too triggered by certain people, or not too triggered, but you get triggered by people that aren't worth getting triggered over. And I'm not saying that to like minimize your problems or minimize your feelings. But what I'm saying is that when that wound is healed, you will have a fresher perspective on why that person is doing what they're doing. Typically, it's because they're projecting their own unhealed wounds on you, or they're projecting their own ignorance onto you, or their fears onto you. And that's not your fault. But of course, we all have to be held accountable for our own actions. And I feel like Spirit is saying that you deserve to have peace of mind. And I feel like this unhealed wound within you, you might really want to address your sacral chakra and kind of healing that, or and releasing some of that. Because once you're able to look at those certain things from the perspective of an unhealed place, you'll realize how much it's just wasting your energy on shit that's not important. And you'll just realize it'll be a lot easier for you to see how they're literally just projecting all of their unhealed wounds onto you. And like, it's not your fault that anybody is mean to you, or that anybody traumatizes you or hurts you, but it is your responsibility to heal from it. It is your responsibility to address that. And Spirit wants you to heal it, and Spirit wants you to address it, because you are not being your full self. And your full self is so awesome. Let's just talk about it, because you are also being represented by the unicorn. And this is the third eye chakra. So not only are you incredibly unique and are gifted with insane abilities, but you are, first of all, you have a wonderful sense of independence about you. You are abundant. You are likely very beautiful, or just very physically attractive, or very well put together, let's say that. And not only that, you're being represented by the Empress, which is all four queens put together. And the Empress is all about creativity. And I feel like what Spirit is saying is that you are so much more talented than you give yourself credit for. And you could achieve so much more. But you hold yourself back, partially because of a lack of self-worth and a belief that everybody will hate everything that you create. And I don't think that there is ever such a thing as bad art unless it's like hateful or mean. That's bad art. But you're compassionate. I know your art is not hateful or mean. It's good art. art is art. You really can't do it wrong. Like I can make art right now. Like, fuck it. Look at this bubble wrap. I'm gonna rip it. Look, it's art. Look how beautiful that is. I just turned it into a raft or a seat for my angel. Look at how artistic I am. Look at that. Art. Now it looks like she's walking on water. I've created an entire visual piece in 2 seconds. And it looks like shit, but it doesn't matter because it's art. And I guarantee you can make something much better than that has a hell of a lot more meaning and a hell of a lot more talent. I just ripped a piece of bubble wrap off and made some shit up. You gotta fake it till you make it. And I think that you're really over, like, I just did that in 2 seconds. And I guarantee you I could bullshit it and make it look into something. Like, if you hadn't seen my creative process, you would not have known how little time and energy I spent. I could just say some words and create some bullshit, and it would be the most meaningful thing ever, you know? An angel in ice, frozen by the coldness of the world because people are not good, whatever. Like, you know, you can come up with some shit. And, like, my point in doing that is that there are so many people that creatively express and their heart isn't in it, and they do it for money, or they do it for attention, or they do it for whatever, and whatever their reasons are is fine, it's valid. But you create because you love to create, and you have, it's an innate part of you. And you're doing yourself such a freaking disservice by not expressing it and by holding yourself back and by limiting yourself. Because I promise you that there is a place for you in this world, and there's a place for what you create. And actually, I think that your psychic abilities kind of go hand in hand with your creative abilities. I think you might be clairvoyant or clairaudient. I think those two specifically, but you're meant to use those abilities to aid yourself in your creative process. And I think that you have to let go of deadlines, let go of the things, like, I feel like if you're holding on to a very rational, logical approach, you need to let go of that. You know, this raccoon is earth energy, and this is a spirit card. And so one awesome thing about you is that you are grounded between the earth and the spiritual realm. But I think that there's this kind of need to control and this need to have everything happen a certain way. And I feel like Spirit is saying, like, it's just not going to happen that way. You were born to create. You're literally born to do that. And it's an innate part of you, but you have to allow your creative process to happen naturally, and you have to be accepting of whatever comes forward. You are so capable of feeling like this beautiful girl in this Nine of Pentacles. You know, she's glowing, she is happy, she is smiling, and she knows that she is beautiful. She knows that she is worthy. She knows that she is a blossoming rose and that she glows. And that is the energy that you need to embody, because it's in there and you have it. And if you're already embracing it, that's awesome. I'm so proud of you. And if you're not, know that this is what you're capable of. And this is exactly where Spirit wants you to be. Because when you're in this energy, it will not matter what people think of what you create, because you will know that it's a product of divinity, because you're a product of divinity. The fact that you exist, you know, God is within all of us. We are all inherently spiritual beings because we exist. My art piece broke. Guess she's out of ice. Anyway, you're so unique. And I think that you also doubt your psychic abilities, because you're like, oh, those aren't really real. Yeah, they are real, and you need to start looking into them more, and you need to start embracing them. And I feel like all you're missing right now is a higher perspective to realize that you can accomplish so much more than you think you can. It's time to extend that compassion to others that you do yourself. And it's time to be compassionate enough to yourself to heal the things that hold you back from directing your energy towards productive things. I feel like Spirit is saying they don't want you to waste your energy on people that are so much lower than you. And I hate to like say that like people are higher than one another, but like vibrationally speaking, there are low vibrational people out there who hate to see people shine, and so they want to tear them down. And it's literally like you are punishing yourself by not embracing who you fully are. And Spirit wants you to finally extend that compassion towards yourself and uncage that big, beautiful heart of yours and do what you need to do to get yourself in a place where you feel like you can express yourself fully, because you deserve that. And you are so beautiful the way you are. And you embody Venus energy, the feminine. Like, no matter what you are, your feminine energy is really important, especially in terms of, oh shit, you know what I noticed too? We've got all feminine energy over here, masculine energy over here. So your masculine energy may be holding you back from fully embracing your creativity. So if you have an imbalance of masculine energy or a lot of masculine energy, maybe you might want to look into like balancing that, or what you might need to do. It's different for everybody, so I can't give everyone advice, but you're so inquisitive and curious, and I think you need to embrace that, and embrace that inquisitiveness, but also recognize that you're a lot more accomplished than you think you are. And it's time to stop feeling guilt and shame for things that are not your burden to carry. And you might feel like they're your burden to carry because there are unhealed wounds within you. But Spirit wants you to know that you can climb any mountain, you can overcome anything, and your truest self is right here. You will create abundance for yourself by embracing your creativity. You will feel fulfilled and feel balanced when you are just allowing yourself to naturally create without judgment. Your life purpose, just right off the bat, is to learn how to embody compassion more. But your compassionate heart is deeply ingrained within you, and it's a beautiful thing. And it's precisely because you're so compassionate that a lack of compassion in others deeply bothers you. And I totally understand that, and Spirit totally understands that. But it's more so about learning when things just aren't worth expending your energy over. And so I think that's why Spirit is saying healing is going to be really important to you, and your healing process is going to be important, because it's going to help you be a lot more objective about what is worth expending your energy over and what isn't, because you deserve to be happy, and it's not your burden to carry the problems of others on your back, or the prejudices or just shitty shit from other people. You know what I mean? You're fucking awesome, and you don't have to prove that to anybody. But we're gonna look at your tarot now, and we're gonna look at your actual life purpose, because I think honestly your life purpose is going to be a lot more telling. It seems like Spirit wasn't wanting to tell me a lot about your personality attributes, because I think that there are just kind of emotional things going on that are holding you back from exploring that more. And I feel like Spirit just wants you to be free and get out of the shadows. I feel like you're so in the shadows, I can't even read your personality. Like, you're hiding yourself so much, and it's not cool. It's not cool, dude. So your first tarot card, which I gave every single pile one tarot card that was unique to them, which is the Eight of Cups. This is all about leaving what no longer serves you. And I think that this is so on point, because no matter what the situation is, or no matter what's going on in your life, you have to have enough compassion for yourself to know when it's time to walk away from something. And I don't just mean like relationships or anything like that. I mean unfulfilling jobs. I mean friends that don't treat you right. I mean, you know, anybody who talks down to you or belittles you or makes you feel like you're not worthy or you're not enough. Anything like that. And with this Eight of Cups here, I can definitely see that, you know, because you are so compassionate, I feel like you try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And you've just reached a point where you just can't deal with that shit anymore. And that's like a good thing and a bad thing, because like in a good way, you're expending less energy, but I feel like sometimes you might fly off the handle unintentionally. You might not, like this, like I said, general reading, take what resonates. But like this is that energy of knowing when something is not worth it and just walking away. Like, because I'm gonna be honest with you, there are just people out there that are going to push your buttons because they know it'll make you upset, because to them it's funny when you're upset, or it's funny when you're triggered, because they use triggered in a shitty way. Not everyone is as compassionate as you and is as caring of other people's hearts. But I think that treatment from others, which it's fucked up and it's not fair, I totally agree with that, has made you afraid to open your heart at all. And it's made you very closed off to, I think, looking at things from a higher perspective because you are in this unhealed energy. And that's okay. Like, I just want to be clear, me saying this is not meant for you to shame yourself even more. This is to help you bring awareness to how we can overcome these things, because at your core, you are compassion, you are love, and you deserve to show yourself that same love that you give to other people and that you hope other people will give to you. You need to be the love you want to see in the world, because it's the same thing. Be the change you want to see in the world. Be the compassion you want to see in the world. You have to do that by showing it to yourself. But here's the thing. It's recognizing that you are love. It's not that you receive love or that you give love or that people give love to you. It's that you are love. So even when you're not receiving love from the world, or you're not receiving love from others, it doesn't matter. You know, where's my, you know, she is not bothered by she laughs at anyone who doesn't give her love. She's independent. She's a bad bitch. She doesn't need anybody. She loves herself. And she knows that there's an abundance of love inside of her. And she doesn't need anybody else to prove that to her. And she's grounded. She's solid. And she's capable. And that is you. And if you don't feel like that yet, Spirit is saying that you have all of the capabilities to get there. And while the healing process for everyone is different, it's important to know your needs. But we're going to look more so into your life purpose now, because clearly these unhealed wounds are what's blocking you from embodying your purpose, which I'm guessing your purpose has something to do with creative expression. Oh my God, I hope my neighbors aren't arguing. They're slamming a lot of doors, but hopefully you can't hear that. Okay, Spirit, what is Pile 5's life purpose? What does Pile 5 need to know about their life purpose? All right. Okay. 7 of Swords. Hanged Man. 6 of Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles. Magician. And on the back of the deck, 5 of Swords. Yep. Yep. It's not a coincidence that you have encountered a lot of shitty people, for lack of a better word. It's really being shown here. Okay, let's look at your oracles now. You guys got an extra life purpose card. So we have Star Keeper, Cosmic Ancestor, seed the light by staying grounded. And we also have Align Your Life, what is not aligned or needs to change. Then we also have Victim, prevents you from letting yourself be victimized or victimizing others. And Guide, represents the nature of the divine in life and in yourself. Oh my God. I really hope you can't hear them. I'm so sorry if you can. And then finally, we have Judgment. I understand that everyone has their own unique path and challenges. And finally, we also have Counseling. You heal with kind words, wise advice, and an empathetic ear. Options, consider the career possibilities that are open to you. And Family, loving your friends and family is central to your life purpose. So all of these oracles and all of these tarot cards make sense. And I'm just going to be real with you guys, because you're the 5th pile and I'd been filming for 5 hours. I had no idea what was in here. So I'm honestly a little surprised, because I truthfully, I felt a little weird talking about this stuff, because I'm talking about because kind of like what I think that you might be struggling with, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, is like a victim mentality. And the only reason I feel comfortable saying that is because I know what it's like to be in a victim mentality, and I had that mentality once too. And Spirit wants you to overcome this victim mentality, and you might have already done that. So congratulations, part of your life purpose is done. But essentially, with this Star Keeper energy, you are not of this earth. You're a part of it, but you're definitely not of it. I'm getting Pleiadian energy, especially if you resonate with starseeds, but all of the shit that you're experiencing in your life is doing two things. On a personal level, it's helping you overcome this mentality that you are helpless, or that you can't fix certain parts of your life, or that you are, what's the right word I want to use? You are doomed to a life of awful gloom. Spirit's wanting you to take power over your perspective. And with this align your life, what is not aligned or needs to change, part of your journey and life purpose is to learn when certain feelings, certain actions, and certain behaviors are out of alignment with your truest self. Because I do think at times you act in ways that you, oh my God, shut the fuck, I'm sorry, they argue all the time, and I'm just like, why? Like, I'm so sorry, guys. See, the victim mentality in me would say, woe is me, why do my neighbors always argue and slam doors? Like, I'm just trying to read for my beautiful, beautiful viewers, and I can't because they're shaking my house and distracting me. But I say, but the adult in me, not the adult, but the, what's the opposite of a victim? The superhero in me, or the opposite of a victim in me, says, yeah, it's fucking annoying that they're doing that shit, but they do it all the time, and it's always annoying, and it is what it is. I can't change it. I'm here now. I'm filming for you guys. I'm tired as fuck. I'm sick. I gotta get through this because, one, this is what I do. This is what I love doing. But two, I cannot help what is happening around me. I can only help how I view things and my attitude towards things. And my initial attitude is something like what I just displayed. That is incredibly fucking annoying. I wish they would stop. But my evolved attitude is, it is what it is. It's annoying as shit, but I can't change it. So I gotta move forward. And that's kind of the attitude that you need to embrace. Because truthfully, not everybody is going to try or even care enough to understand you, and they're not worth your time. And there's so many things in life that you're not going to be able to control. And that's why this Hanged Man is here. And that's why this Seven of Swords, and that is why this Five of Swords is here. Because there are people that are going to be mean as fuck to you for no reason, and I'm sure there have been. And there are people that are going to sabotage you, and that are going to be sneaky, and they're going to do really fucked up shit to you that is honestly not fair. And I'm here first. Like, it's not fair. You don't deserve that. But it is your job to heal from it, because you are so fucking powerful. This Magician, you are so powerful. And this uncaging is about unleashing. That's me. I need to unleash so I can get away from them. You though need to unleash all that you are. You are punishing yourself by not embracing all that you are. And I actually think that once you have this more, I wanted to say enlightened perspective, but I don't think that's fair. It's not that you guys are unevolved or low vibrational. It's just that you've been wounded a lot. It's just that I think you had a hard introduction to this world, and you've had hard experiences in this world, and it's left you feeling a little bit hopeless and cynical. And there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes we think we're helpless to change our attitude, when really we just don't want to sit down and admit that maybe we have a shitty attitude. And I'm not saying you have a shitty attitude all the time. And see, like, I feel really guilty. Like, it comes through me, not from me. So I just want to reiterate that. But I totally understand this perspective, because it's literally just like, you are in kind of the beginning stages of your healing journey. And if, like, this is stuff that happened in your past, then you're a lot further along, but there are people that are further behind, and that's okay. Everybody heals at their own pace, and everybody gets there at their own pace. But your life purpose, you have many options, and honestly, I think this options really speaks to how you can make or break your experience on this earth by not standing in your power, because your life purpose is to stand in your power and surrender to the things that you cannot control, because you are so generous and you are such a kind, compassionate person, and you are meant to extend that to others. But I think you have a fear of other people, or you feel like you're powerless because you have been hurt by other people. But what Spirit is saying, especially if, you know, you're not in that place anymore, or you have more power to get away from certain things than you realize. And I'm not saying that for everything, you know. Obviously, there are certain situations that we can't control. But that's where it's important, you know, if you're stuck in a situation where you're around somebody that's mean to you, or you're stuck in a situation where you can't escape that shit, that's where that inner alignment is important. Because, like I said, there's unpleasant shit that we experience in our day-to-day lives every single day that sucks, and we can either whine about it and be sad about it, or we can move forward despite it and not let it phase us. And I think that you are so much stronger than you give yourself credit for. But I think it's hard for you to realize that, because, like I said, those inner wounds. I feel like you self-sabotage, and you might have codependency issues because you really, really struggle to see from a higher perspective. And the only reason you struggle to do that, it's not because you're not smart, it's not because you're not capable of that, it's solely because Spirit is saying, hey, we have wounds that we need to address. We can't achieve our purpose until we heal our wounds. Because until we, and let's be real here, it's not like those wounds are going to be completely healed. But it's more so about acknowledging those wounds and being able to sit in your emotions and detach from them and look at them from a more objective point of view. It doesn't mean that things aren't going to hurt. It doesn't mean that things aren't going to trigger you, but you will feel more in control of how you act towards things, or how you look at things. With judgment, I understand that everyone has their own unique path and challenges. I feel like there is a tendency for you to take things too personally. And that is something that I think contributes to the shame that you feel, and this negative attitude towards yourself, because you think that everything is your fault and you're what's wrong. It's not you. Like, for example, when you work retail, like verbal abuse should be in the like job description, because that's what you get. A lot of people projecting their own anger and their own shitty stuff going on onto you, who is just like folding clothes. Like, bro, like, I'm making minimum wage. Like, but imagine being in such an unhealed place that you feel the need to verbally abuse a retail worker. You're probably not very happy with yourself. You're probably not very happy with your life. And so I feel like Spirit is saying that your life purpose is to take control of your life in this lifetime. I think that there have been past lives where you've been wounded as well. I don't think that this is just this life. I think that this life just made those wounds worse. But Spirit is saying that this is the life where you heal those wounds and you overcome those wounds so that you can keep moving forward and live your purpose, because you have options. And I feel like Spirit is saying that you can stay and keep things the way they are, but you're not going to be achieving your fullest potential. Your heart is going to be caged. Your expression is going to be caged. And you are really meant to serve as a guide for others, to show them how to get out of this energy of feeling victim to outside circumstances. And trust me, it's a hard mentality to get out of. And I'm not saying that you have it, but I'm saying that if you do have it, it's okay to have that. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you bad. It's literally, you're just a product of your experiences. And I'm sure there have been very shitty and unfair things that have happened to you. And those things that have happened to you have no bearing of your worth as a person, and your attitude towards life has no bearing of your worth as a person. Even if you hate everything and everyone and you are cynical for the rest of your life, that's your prerogative, and that doesn't make you any less worthy. Your life might not be as happy, but like I said, that doesn't make you any less worthy. And so your job, your life purpose, is to stand in your power and learn how to overcome the petty shit, the small shit that's not worth it, and see things from a higher perspective. Because once those wounds aren't triggering you anymore, or triggering you to the point where you act in ways where they're not in alignment with yourself, that's not going to be an issue anymore. Like, you're going to be able to act, you're going to be empowered. You're not going to feel disempowered. Spirit doesn't want you to feel disempowered. You're not meant to punish yourself. But there has to be a willingness to stop holding on to life with this iron grip and expect that you can't, like, I feel like you're holding on to this one perspective of life, because this beautiful uncaging also talks about taking accountability for actions that we may have done to others that we're not proud of, that is not in alignment with us, and being big enough to admit those wrongdoings and make peace with people. Because none of us are perfect, and you have to recognize that none of us are perfect. And I really think Lepidolite could be a helpful stone for you, because I think a lot of your, I mean, I definitely get a lot of anxiety from this pile and a lot of fear. And I feel like a lot of the ways you act out is through fear. But one thing that's important, there's a lot about grounding here. And grounding can help you channel any negative emotions you might feel until you're ready to address them. You don't have to address things immediately. That's one thing I want to say. You know, if somebody hurts you or upsets you, you don't have to address things right away. You can sit with it until you're ready to make a decision. But essentially what Spirit is saying with this Magician is that you have the power. Your life purpose is to create the life that you want. And that sounds like stupid bullshit, and I understand that. But the fact that we have the Hanged Man here and the Magician, your life purpose, like a big lesson your soul is learning, is how to surrender. Oh my God. Okay, actually, you know what? Let me read what Beautiful Uncaging says, because it really just embodies everything I was trying to say. And I'm probably going to read Compassion too, because I feel like they just embody your life purpose as well. So what is Beautiful Uncaging? 14? Oh my God, I'm so smart. Okay, so key concepts: the prison of guilt, a need for self-inventory, rigorous honesty, accountability, and making amends. At this time, you're being called to assess where guilt is playing a part in your life, recognize how it's affecting you and others, and address it so you can release yourself from its grip. Guilt is a powerful emotional state, capable of transforming difficult situations. It keeps you accountable for your actions when you've done something that causes harm. However, it can also feed a self-sabotaging cycle that fosters codependency and a distorted sense of personal power. Self-blame can lead to behaviors that perpetuate low self-worth. Have you done something for which you need to make amends? Have you disregarded a boundary or broken a promise? Guilt can make you aware of potential ways you have given injury and show how to redress the transgression. When you sincerely admit you are wrong and begin the process to fix it, this is an act of accountability, responsibility, and liberation. Take a moment now to consider when you have harmed others or yourself. This knowledge will free you from the story you tell about it, so you're able to connect with truthful remorse. Now is the time for rigorous honesty as you take a self-inventory with a neutral state of mind. A good question to ask yourself now is why the guilt is there. You might be taking on a burden that is not even yours to carry. Pay attention, take action, and uncage yourself from the prison of your own making. Exactly. You are literally imprisoning yourself and self-sabotaging and creating this life that you're not meant to live. Because what Spirit is saying is that you can create the life that you want. With the Magician, you can create anything. If you want to be an actor, you can be an actor. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you can be an entrepreneur. If you want to be a stay-at-home parent, you can be a stay-at-home parent. If you want to be a janitor, you can be a janitor. You can be whatever the hell you want. You can do whatever the hell you want. And that is Spirit's will, because your life purpose is not embodying a specific mission. It's about releasing a massive pattern at the soul level. Like, the reason, like, if you've made it through this reading, I just want to say, first of all, I'm really proud of you, because I feel like this could have been triggering for you to face this stuff. It's not easy, especially when we're in a place of being unhealed. But that just goes to show your strength, because you're open to the idea of changing your perspective and rewriting the narrative of your life and rewriting the life you want to live. And that is so fucking beautiful. And that's your life purpose. And you're meant to show others that. You're meant to guide others. That's your purpose. To get out of this story that your soul tells you, to get out of this victim energy, this victim mentality, this energy that tells you you're not enough, or that, you know, everything is your fault, or that nobody will ever like you, or that you'll never do what you want to do. The victim mentality goes so much deeper than we truly think it does. And your life purpose is to align with your true self, because you are a cosmic being and you have all of these beautiful talents and gifts to share with the world, especially when it comes to your creativity and your creative expression. But you're not standing in your power right now because you feel trapped. And the biggest thing that is trapping you is unhealed wounds and a tired perspective that is not benefiting you. So I want to read Compassion as well, because I think it also has some good points. We gotta find it. That's the hardest part. Here it is. Okay. Now more than ever, we need to expand our ability to be compassionate towards self and others. There's been a trend in shaming and rejecting people who disagree with us, and justifying doing so by using sweeping generalizations. Compassion calls us to remember that every human is a product of their environment and is incredibly nuanced. If we want to be truly compassionate, we dive deeper. We do not build a wall. No matter how correct we believe we are, we must do our best to understand others and their experiences. Their lived experiences have created their truth, and if we want to create a world of connection, we cannot afford to outcast those who do not agree. We have to work hard within ourselves to bridge the gaps. Keep in mind, in some situations, compassion can take the form of a wall or a fist, but most of us humans are not perfect, and we live in the gray area. Good but wounded, and in that we need more intentional compassion and connection rather than punishment. How can you be more compassionate in your current life? Where have you built walls that do not serve you? So we have the deer here. The deer is a teacher of compassion and gentleness towards those who have harmed us. They are a reminder that all humans are wounded and that they can unconsciously project their pain onto others. When our anger and resentment becomes stuck and is holding us back, call upon deer to work on cultivating compassion for those who are limited and in pain. This does not mean work on compassion and hurt, as that is imperative. This does not mean work on compassion and forgiveness before you have thoroughly processed the hurt. That is important. You know, when people say, oh, just forgive people, if you haven't processed that pain, if you haven't addressed that pain, it's not that easy. This is really important, so I'm going to read it again. This does not mean work on compassion and forgiveness before you have thoroughly processed the hurt, as that is imperative. Also, this does not mean that you must have compassion for every person who has hurt you. There are always exceptions. It is always a choice you must continue to make. And so that doesn't mean, I think that's so important, because some people you're just not going to be able to be compassionate towards, and that's fine, because it might be too personal. They might have done really messed up things to you, and that's fine. But allowing it to take your energy, not fine, because your energy is your own, and you're allowed to stand in your power and say, I'm not going to let this affect me. After you've addressed it, after you've gone through that process, you know, it's a process. And that's what I want to affirm to you, is that your perspective on life is a very natural one, and one that many people fall into. And I don't want you to feel bad about yourself for having this perspective. You are meant to have this perspective. You are meant to be in this place because so many other people have this perspective and so many other people are in this place. But what you're meant to do is overcome this perspective, because you're not happy like this. You're not happy imprisoning who you are. You're not happy this way. And you deserve to stand in your power and see how awesome you are. Oh my God. And you know what's similar too? Look at the roses in the Magician remind me of the 9 of Pentacles. And that's exactly who you're meant to be. You are meant to be abundant and full of love and full of happiness and security, especially material security. And you have the power to wield it. But if you don't believe that you can do it because of your hurt, then it's going to be a lot harder for you to achieve it. Energy flows where your intention goes, or something like that. Energy flows where your attention goes. I was thinking intention. I meant attention. ATTENTION. Energy flows where your attention goes. If you're giving attention to the things that are not serving you and that hurt you, that's where your energy is flowing. And once you're in a more healed place, because like things like trauma and PTSD, it's pretty hard for our brains not to go there, right? But that's why you're not responsible for what people did to you, but you are responsible for your healing. And, you know, you are responsible for your actions, especially if you perpetuate harm towards others. And taking accountability for that is important. And maybe you have to go to counseling with these people. Maybe you need a mediary. This stuff isn't easy. And I feel honestly incredibly uncomfortable giving this reading because, one, I feel like I might be triggering people, but also, you know, these aren't easy truths to give. And like, I'm just a pair of talking hands on the internet, so it's like easy for you to say, bitch, like you haven't gone through what I've gone through, and I understand. Like I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of anger directed at me, but it's worth me saying that because clearly Spirit has this message for a reason, and clearly this is what's holding you back from embodying your purpose. And I think that the fact that Spirit's being so vague about what your purpose itself is, other than being a guide, we've got different things like guiding others out of this, possibly counseling, maybe having a family, but there's so many options for you. And it's actually, Spirit, it's almost kind of like a warning. Like, your success in life is contingent on you being free and you being healed and you embracing who you are and having compassion for yourself and standing in your power rather than letting other people take it from you. But we also have bleeding heart. As medicine, bleeding heart, which I believe is a plant, is a powerful pain reliever and can also assist those who are experiencing the after effects of trauma. Those who have harvested bleeding heart will tell you how much care is required around the plant. It packs a punch, but it is incredibly sensitive to disturbances. If it is stepped on or harmed, chances are it will not recuperate. Bleeding heart is a call to mindfulness and preventative care. It is a teacher of being kind and compassionate to everyone around you because we do not know what they are going through or what they can withstand. It is not up to us to decide what they should be able to take. And then we have pink calcite, which I actually have some pink calcite, so I'll show you real quick. This guy is pink calcite, and we'll put him with the Magician. Pink calcite is helpful for those who may struggle in connecting to their own feelings, thus making it a challenge to understand others. For people who have been taught to repress their feelings, any expression of emotion from other people can feel overwhelming and triggering. When we struggle with judgment around other people's feelings, it is helpful to do some inquiry around it. For example, if you reject sadness in other people, ask yourself, how was I treated when I was sad as a child? Where do I feel sadness in my body? Do I feel sadness when I should, or do I feel sadness, or do I substitute it with other feelings, i.e. anger? Sorry, I should read that again. Where do I feel sadness in my body? Do I feel sadness when I should, or do I substitute it with other feelings like anger? Explore your relationship to any emotions that may prevent you from accessing compassion, and use pink calcite as an ally of using your own emotions as a bridge in doing so. Yeah, I mean, this is literally like, This is Spirit saying that you are so much more powerful than you believe you are. And it's time for you to fully embrace the wonderful, wonderful being that you are. Because, oh, you're so special. And you have so much power. You can do literally whatever you want. You have options. But also, when it comes to those options, attitude is important, because while some things are destined, we still have free will. And I feel like Spirit is saying you're meant to help others out of this and extend your compassion and generosity to others. That's what the Six of Pentacles is. And Spirit is saying that anything you work on, see the light by staying grounded, is really important, because essentially what this Six of Pentacles and this Knight of Pentacles is saying is that you can achieve literally anything you want so long as you stay grounded and stay committed to what you're doing, because you are the magician and you can manifest anything. But that requires being grounded and work and healing these wounds that hold you back. Okay. Getting off my soapbox now, we're going to get you some angel numbers and affirmations, because I know you guys are powerful and you can achieve anything you set your mind to. It's just time to align with your truth so that you can embody your truth. I promise you will be a lot happier and you will feel a lot freer. And then you can help others embody that truth, which is so awesome. And of course, look what we have coming out. Number 66. Your guardian angel is teaching you the essence of unconditional love. You are encouraged to have faith that the universe will provide for you while you are manifesting your inner desires. I am positive. Yes, positivity is important here. And while toxic positivity is not good, negativity is also toxic. So realistic outlooks on life and positivity where positivity is due, but not toxic positivity where we're overriding important feelings and pretending like they don't exist. Okay, so we also have your mind is wide open and you are tolerant and compassionate toward all ways of life. You value freedom of expression and want to improve the conditions of people, whether in your community, country, or at large. I am expressive. And we have number 77. It is, yes. It is time to move on from the old patterns and habits and fears. Now is the time to walk in the direction of your biggest desires and ambitions. Now is the time to be bold and brave. I am brave. And on the back of the deck, we have 111. Angels are ready to fully support you in this endeavor so that you can co-create with the universe a life that you love. I am creative. And look at that. With that final magician, you've got 1111. All of your wishes can come true, but you got to be in alignment. Okay, let's get you some crush your goals quotes. So Spirit, what you want to give? Pile 5, please. Okay. I'm going to see what's on the back of the deck first. Do not wait. The time will never be just right. Start where you stand and work with whatever tools you may have at your command. We also have, if you have a goal that is very, very far out and you approach it in little steps, you start to get there a little faster. Okay, well, both of these cards came out, so I'm going to shuffle you more, and then those are in different piles, so I'll give you more. The benefit of getting through this reading, because I know this was not a reading to get through, is you get more quote cards. I found that every time I asked for permission, the answer tended to be no, so I had to make my own yeses. What other quotes? Because these were in a different pile. I can't remember which one, otherwise I would direct you to it. But if you felt drawn to another pile, I would watch that one as well, because that might give you more detail on your specific purpose, because I think that Spirit just really wanted you guys to get like a little bit of a, you guys kind of needed a pep talk and a talking to about how magnificent you are and how much you deserve to embody your purpose. I'm placing all my hope in scratch-off lottery tickets. Those are the keys to the luxurious future I deserve. All right. That one's stupid. I don't like that. First of all, I have thoughts on the lottery and they're not good. You can fuck off, card. I'm going to burn it, actually. The only courage you ever need is the courage to fulfill your dreams of your own life. But if you don't have a dream today, start dreaming. And that's Oprah. Oh my God, and these came out. These came out in pile 4, so you might want to watch pile 4, which that one's long too. They're all long, so I don't blame you. Watch what you want or what you don't want. I'm here to help in any way I can, but do not confuse dreams with wishes. There is a difference. Dreams are where you visualize yourself being successful at what's important to you to accomplish, and dreams build convictions. So yeah, spirit is really okay. Definitely, if you were drawn to more than one pile, go watch that pile, because it will give you a lot more specific answers. I just think a lot of you needed this perspective check so that you could kind of see where maybe you're out of alignment in some ways, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I know this was not an easy reading to sit through, and so if you sat through it the entire way, that alone is evidence of how strong you are. I will not be surprised if some people are not as nice to me because of this, but like I said, this is the message that Spirit wanted to give, and it's not my place. It comes through me, not from me. I'm not judging anyone. I understand this perspective a lot. I understand how triggering it can be to be approached with shit like this, but it is beneficial because our triggers are just wounds that show us what we need to address and heal. But I'm going to leave your reading here, pile 5. Thank you guys so much for watching this reading and sticking through it with me. I'm so proud of you. You're so strong, and you are going to achieve so much. You are so much more than you think you are, and it's time to extend that compassion to yourselves. If you enjoyed this video, I would love it if you left a like. I would love it if you left some support to other pile 5s. I think that it could be really helpful for you guys. Yeah, and if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed. Oh my god, I can't stop burping. I'm so gross. Anyway, thank you so much for letting me read your cards, and thank you for not verbally abusing me for giving you this reading. Not that I think that you all would do that, but you know how some people on the internet are. I'm not saying that's you, but I guess we'll see who those people are. But I am going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever you're watching this. I hope that you achieve your wildest dreams. You goddamn magician, you fucking queen or king. You will get that shit done. But yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day or night, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.